Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Connecticut versus Raul. I'm going to say Valle now because I believe that's what he said was Valle. We are into day 9. Raul is on the stand. He took the stand yesterday, and direct examination continues today. Cross will probably happen today as well. When we left yesterday, we were just getting into, he and Tyler had just gotten onto the lawn, so we were just about to get into the fight. So I only expect maybe another half hour, 45 minutes of direct, and then we'll probably go into cross. So who is with us today? I know it's hot in England. I was watching Wimbledon this morning, and I sent our mods a picture. The fans with the fans with the fans. There was a photo of people with, waving fans because it was so hot. 92 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sure that's pretty warm. I'm not sure. I know that's pretty warm Celsius. So it is a toasty one in England today, probably throughout the entire UK over there. So Fur Baby's mom, how are you? Shirley Roth. Hope you're feeling better, Shirley. Shelby Allen, good to see you. Sherry M. and Ed Ginn. Actual trial is going to start in about 10 minutes, top of the hour. Funk saying hello, and Tammy, Psychosaurus Rex, good morning to you. Brenda, CKRETSFK, how are you? We are ready for today. Yes, Texas Cat, good morning to you. Mary, good to see you. Lily Wayne and Edward. Nicholas, how are you doing? Irene saying hello. Howard, Lito contradicts more than one witness about how he got the knife. I believe them. Fair enough. Fala, good to see you. And OnlyFans. So Kohlberger took a plea deal yesterday for those that didn't hear about that. And the running joke with OnlyFans is he always says plea deal, plea deal. So we jest with him and call him only deal, only plea. So his finally he got a plea deal. Payday Fool, how are you? Green-Eyed Cat, good to see you. Aussie Gardner. Lucy, Snakes Will Hiss. Perfect timing indeed. Frog, how are you? Deidre. Baka, good morning to you and Pammy. DM, how about that Kohlberger result? Yeah, that was unexpected, I think, for a lot of people, for sure. LW350. So are we seeing more of our Raul today, DM asks? Yes. Yep, he's still on direct. Probably another half hour because they're just getting to the fight. So maybe an hour? I would say, I'm only guessing. I would say maybe tops an hour. Let's see. Lily Polly, how are you? Lightly Collects. TL, cross still. Not cross. We're not into cross yet. Direct still. Yes, direct still. I see you fixed it. And Jug, good to see you. And DM, Irish Amy, we are having an awesome Tuesday. Hope you are as well. Seagate and Jennifer saying hello. Yarn Work. Thank you. Saudi Girl, good to see you. Dwayne, hey, how are you, Dwayne? Janet and Meg saying, let's see, Meg, last night your thermostat in the hall read 72, and that was at 12:30 after midnight. No one got any sleep. Do you have AC, Meg? Is that with AC or without AC? Let's see, Fala's saying, I can't tag everyone like normal. Work is super busy, but I see you and I love you. Brenda saying hello to all. Irish Amy saying hello to Dwayne. Where's my buddy Dwayne? Seagate. Jennifer King, good morning to you. There's Dwayne. How are you, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Is it still hot in the Midwest, you guys? I haven't really been paying attention to the weather up there. Seagate, thank you for your $5 donation. Appreciate that. Greg saying greetings. I was going to say good morning. Greetings from New Zealand. Thank you, Greg, for stopping in. Appreciate that. G Stu, yeah, it's been unbearable here at night to sleep. No AC. Ooh, yeah, that's tough. I grew up with no AC. And Kim, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for your $5 donation. Appreciate that. Willow Johnson saying hello with a cup of coffee. Yarn work. We couldn't function, Georgia, without AC. Trust me, we're in Florida. That is a requirement. You do not want to do anything without AC in Florida. Did I spot a cat skeleton behind you the other day? You did, and we have moved the cat skeleton along with Slim Pickens. We've moved them for the moment, not permanently, but for the moment. Marie, how are you? Good to see you. Glenn says, good morning from Gresham. Did I get that right? Gresham, Oregon. Thankfully, yesterday was 100. Whew, very thankful for air conditioning. Have a wonderful day. Wow, Glenn. 100 degrees in Oregon. Wow. Green-eyed cat. I grew up without AC too. Heat waves were brutal. So I grew up basically in Cleveland, outside of Cleveland, and it was in the country, so we didn't have AC. And it would get warm, but it wasn't. I guess I just got used to it. The Sense Hub. Hi everyone. Squeegee. Any update on the little black kitty? Little black kitty's still here. I'm still feeding him. She's jumping around. Haven't made contact yet with the little one's eye. Yes, can't tell. He's an orange. She's a ginger, and definitely a he. The other three are female. And Sense Hub, his eye is much better. Thank you for asking. Everything's going really good with the cats. Let's see. Slim Pickens and Ember. Slim Pickens were getting fitted for a stand. We want to put him on a stand and have him for educational display purposes. And Ember, we've tucked away in the corner not in the corner, but just over to the side there for now. So they are just on a little hiatus. Errol Glee says Virginia's in the house, 89. Pretty toasty, right? Track MHS with 2 eyewitnesses of the stabbing. Who give the 2 guys immunity? Oh, I'm sorry. Why give the 2 guys immunity? Because they would have been charged. They would have been charged if they took a plea deal. So they would have been charged. They would have been accessories, participants. They were looking at like 100 years or like 125 years. Kim says you're from Massachusetts, but now in North Carolina. The heat is serious. Yes, Pammy. All the darker colored kitties are females. The orange kitty, the ginger, is definitely a male. Yarnwork. Your dad grew up in Madison, Ohio. No AC, no running hot water. I wasn't that bad. I did have running hot water. We had what do you call it? We have it here. What the heck is it? It's not public. It's I'm drawing a complete blank right now. Well, we had a well. We have a well. I had a well growing up. I have a well right now. And we did have hot water. Daisy Jane, good morning to you. Kate says, not sure why I'm hearing trivia about random people on a legal channel. Not sure what you mean by that, but okay. Lily Wayne says, I have never had AC. I use a fan or go to the basement. Yeah, that's what we did. We went to a basement as well. We had a basement, so we would go down there if it got too hot. I do kind of remember it hitting like 90. We had a thermometer. I kind of remember it being 90. Kelly says, good morning from West Virginia. Frog says, when I was a kid, you were lucky if you had a water cooler in the window. Hey, Suber, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Skelly is our very own demonstrative. Exactly. Hey, Joni. Good morning to you. Seagate. Didn't bother me as much as a kid. That is true. That is true. Oh, Pammy said, no, I meant the new feral kitty. That I don't know yet. I don't know if that's a boy or a girl yet. Don't know yet. Joe Schmo. What does everyone consider the Midwest? When I drove back from Arizona, the Midwest stretched on and on and on. I would almost consider North Texas and Oklahoma Panhandle part of the Midwest. I'm going to go with the Midwest is starts with the plains. So I would say Illinois, Indiana, over to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is kind of pushing it. Basically, to me, Joe, the Midwest is Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota. Then you kind of get into the plains, right? And then that becomes Oklahoma, the Dakotas. So that to me is the Midwest. For me is Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Tennessee, but then now you start to get into the South, Kentucky. So that to me, the heart of the Midwest for me is Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan. That would be my guess. Angelique says, good morning to everyone. Lightly, what do you make of Valle's testimony differing from Mackenzie's? It's going to boil down to a he said, she said kind of thing, right? Basically, he said, she said. Now, there have been at least Jack, Tyler, and, 4 people, I think. Dimitri, Tyler, Jack, and Raul all said that Mackenzie did not get into the trunk. So right there, if she's, I don't know. I'm not going to say she's lying. I can't say. Nicholas, Western New York is the Midwest. That's funny. I'm sorry. I have, my wife is from Buffalo, and to me, I spent 17 years in New York City, and then I was a year and a half up in Woodstock. So to me, everything upstate, anything north of New York City was upstate. So when I met Erin, and she's like from Western New York, that's Buffalo. So to me, that's upstate. But I learned very quickly that Western New York is Buffalo. Lily says, AC is a must here in Florida. I hear you. Lolo says, thinking back on Jack's testimony, if Jack brought the knife out first, does this help Raul with jurors possibly thinking they feared for their life considering the amount of kids? If Jack brought the knife out first, but I don't think Jack did. No, Jack gave it to him before they. Oh, okay. When the kids came to the car. Hey, real happy. Maybe. Dustin says, I feel like there's defense is doing a decent job pointing out that they were being beaten by a mob. I just started to check out this case. Thank you for that, Justin. It's interesting. It's an interesting case. We've taken a couple polls and we're not split. I think most people feel that. Let me take us over here just in case. Okay, we've got a live feed. Well, that was perfect timing. All right, we got a live feed. Let me get us up here. All right. Yeah, because who was Taylor Capella said that her boyfriend Matthew Lockovitz, they call him Matlock, he wouldn't, if his friends were in trouble, he wouldn't back down. So that same could be said for Raul. His friend was in trouble, he wouldn't back down. Does that mean he should have knifed 4 people? Of course not. But it's kind of that same mentality where, if Matlock was in that same situation, would he have backed down? Mo on the go. You're new here, joining from Wisconsin.
Judge Murphy presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good morning. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, so we are here again today to continue the trial of the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. The adjournment yesterday, the defendant, Mr. Valle, was on the stand. So I would ask Mr. Valle at this time to please take his place on the stand. Counsel, if you'd please place your appearances on the record for purposes of today's record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Dorso for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Mr. Valle, come up, have a seat. I just want to remind you, you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the stand. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Mr. Valle.
Good morning. Is there anything that needs to be addressed by the court before bringing the jury in this morning?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. So, Attorney Smith, you were in the middle of your direct examination. I'll leave it to you or defer to you as to whether or not you would like to be standing at the podium or take the podium at the time the jury presents.
I'll go ahead and take the podium now, Your Honor.
So I just want to address with the attorneys before we bring the jury in. I do intend to first give the jurors an idea of what the schedule looks like, and I just want to make sure that I confirm that with all of you. So it's my understanding that informal conference, we left it at today. We will complete, I believe, the state's case. So I anticipate the state will rest sometime today. Does the defense, does the state anticipate any rebuttal?
At this time, no, Your Honor.
All right. So if, in fact, there is no rebuttal, then we would be off tomorrow, so there would not be any court session tomorrow on this particular trial. And then I would anticipate we would have closing arguments as well as the court's jury charge on Thursday. And so that would be July 3rd. We can conduct the charging conference on the record in the morning on the 3rd as well. And then obviously no court on the 4th. Deliberations, I would assume, would at least be able to start on Thursday the 3rd. And if we need to go into extra days, the next time we would reconvene would be on July 7th, which would be the following Monday. So that's the schedule that I'm going to provide the jury. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Jury, welcome back. Good morning. Thank you. I would ask counsel please stipulate to the return of the jurors.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense will stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the proceedings, I just wanted to give you an idea of what the anticipated schedule is going to look like, because I'm trying to keep you informed. I know that I said I would do that. Sometimes it's a bit difficult, and I apologize. However, I anticipate that today the defense will rest. I do not know whether or not we'll have any rebuttal on behalf of the state. I don't anticipate any at this time. That could change. So I do believe today will not be a full day, perhaps a half day at best of evidence. Once the evidence closes, of course, you still need to hear the closing arguments as well as the jury instructions as to how to apply the law to the facts you find as the jurors. In this particular case, we will not be in session tomorrow, so there would not be court for this trial tomorrow. That would bring us to July 3rd for closing arguments, the jury charge to you, and then the commencement of your deliberations at that point in time. We are not in session on July 4th, so if additional time is needed, and you'll be told that you'll take as much time as you need for your deliberations. So if additional time is needed, then we would be back to reconvene with deliberations on Monday, July 7th. Okay, until, of course, and it would be day to day until, of course, the jury indicates to the court that they are done with their deliberations. Okay? So I just wanted to give that information to you now, so that if we have a morning recess and you need to reach out and adjust your schedules at all, you'll have an ability to do that, and you know what the rest of the week looks like. So thank you so much. All right, with that, when we adjourned yesterday, Mr. Valle was on the stand for his direct examination on behalf of the defense. I am going to, at this point in time, direct Attorney Smith to continue on with that direct examination. Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Valle. I'm going to remind you again, you've got to keep your voice up. You are soft-spoken. We are competing with the fans, but everybody's got to hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday when we were here and we left off, I believe you had taken us to the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were describing for us the scene there on that front lawn as you and Mr. De Silva walked up to a group of individuals that had come out of the house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you had told us just shortly before we dispersed for the day that you thought there were about 10 people facing you and about 10 people facing Mr. De Silva. Do you recall that?
Yes, but I'd say it was around 50 kids altogether.
50 kids altogether?
Yes.
Were you counting them? How can you be sure that there were 50 kids?
I wasn't able to see behind them because there were so many people.
It felt to you like there were 50 kids,
Yes.
but you weren't counting 50 kids.
No.
Do you recall how many kids? Do you recall yesterday you had described for us that there were essentially two groups that started to form, one that was dealing more with Mr. De Silva and one that was dealing more with you?
Yes.
And how far away were you from Mr. De Silva at that point?
Once the two groups started forming, it was hard to say how far Tyler was from me. I want to say 5-6 feet.
Okay. And you had described that he was trying to have some sort of a conversation with somebody that he was dealing with. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you trying to have a conversation with anybody? What were you doing at that point?
Yes. I was trying to have a conversation with Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines was one of the people that was facing you?
Yes.
How many other people do you remember that you were dealing with in the group that was facing you?
After they separated into two groups, I want to say there was around 25 to 20 people just on me.
And where were they positioned?
At first they were just in front, and then once they made the two separate groups, they were on both sides and in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, thank you.
And I put back up there for us State's Exhibit 52 behind you on the easel. And I hand you a pointer and try to drop it. Where do you recall standing as this group starts to form around you?
I want to say around this area.
Did you see anybody around the red bush?
There was people everywhere.
Could you see anybody moving around behind the red bush?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. When you described being surrounded by this group that's facing you, were there some kids that were dealing with you more directly than the larger group?
Once they separated us into two groups, everyone was saying stuff.
You've described interacting with Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Was he separate from the larger group in some way that you were dealing directly with him? Tell us how that worked.
He was just the person that I was talking to. There was people shoulder to shoulder with him, right next to him, on my sides. But he was the one that I started talking to directly.
Was he closest to you?
They were all the same distance from me.
How far away from you were they?
Not even a foot.
That close to you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to demonstrate with me what he was experiencing at that point.
If the witness is comfortable demonstrating, that's fine. Just please keep it in the well. Thank you.
Will you come down here, Mr. Valle, please?
Please, if there's going to be any statements, just make sure that you're keeping your voice up so the microphones can catch your statements. Thank you.
If I'm you, where is Ryan Hines?
Right here.
And is Ryan Hines as the same size as you?
Yeah, at the time, I was a very small kid. I grew a lot since then.
And you're Ryan Hines. What is he doing?
First, we're just talking.
At some point, does he do something else?
Yes.
What?
After he starts yelling, I stuck my hand out as I was backing up from everybody, and he smacks my hand out.
Where were the other people that you've said were around him?
To my sides, in front of me, everywhere.
What did you do when he smacked your hand down?
I started slowly backing up even before that, and I continued to try and back up.
Take a stand, please. As you began to try to back up, what happened at that point?
I got hit.
Where did you get hit?
It was the side of my head, I want to say, but I couldn't really tell where.
And when you say it was the side of your head, could you tell which side?
I only found out after.
And how were you feeling at that point?
Everything just went black.
When you say everything went black, what's the next thing that you remember?
My face was in the ground.
Could you see where Tyler DeSilva was? What could you see?
Just the ground. And people were just stomping and kicking and punching everywhere.
Did you have the knife in your hand at that point?
No,
Where was the knife?
it was in my pocket.
Could you see any way to escape?
No.
Did you try to get up?
Yeah.
Could you get up?
No.
Why not?
There was just so many people hitting me. And just everywhere.
What could you hear?
They were yelling and just, it was so weird. They were just yelling like, I can't even describe it.
Did you hear anyone say, "Yes, sir"?
I heard a whole bunch of things I can't.
Could you hear anything from Mr. DeSilva?
No.
Could you see the vehicle that you had arrived in, Jack Snyder's car?
No.
Could you see any way to make an escape from your position? Where were the other people that were kicking you, as you've described it?
All around me, on top of me, behind me.
Could you see who was on top of you?
No.
Could you tell what the person or persons that were on top of you were doing?
Hitting me.
Where were they hitting you?
My head, the back of my head. Kicking like the front of my face. My ribs. Everywhere.
Did you get the sense that they were going to let you up and let you go?
No.
What did you do at that point?
I went to cover my head in like a fetal position.
Did that seem to have any effect? What did you hope would happen if you went into the fetal position?
That they would stop.
Did they stop?
They did not.
Put us there on that lawn with you in the fetal position. What were you feeling?
Hopeless. Scared. Terrified.
Why hopeless?
Because they just weren't stopping.
How were you feeling physically?
Hurt.
What hurt?
Everything.
Did you lose consciousness?
After the first hit, yeah.
What happened next?
As I was in the fetal position, covering the sides of my head and the top of my head with my forehead into the dirt, I was almost like hunched over, and I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
What were you seeing at that point around you?
My face was in the dirt. I couldn't really see. I just felt nothing changed.
Could you see Tyler DeSilva?
No.
Could you hear Tyler DeSilva?
No.
What could you hear?
Still just the same screaming. That's it.
Did the group give any indication that they were going to stop or let you up?
No.
What happened next?
After I took the knife out of my pocket, I started waving and just stabbing in every direction, just flailing my arm around.
Could you tell if you'd hit anything? Did that seem to have any effect on the attack?
No, it made me more scared.
Why did it make you more scared?
Because it didn't change what they were doing, and it didn't stop them from doing anything.
Were they still kicking you?
Yeah.
Was someone still on top of you?
Yeah, there were so many people on top of me.
Were you able to get up at that point?
No.
What happened next?
I kept flailing my arm around, just trying to get them away from me.
Were you aiming for anyone?
No.
Were you aiming for Ryan Hines?
No.
You weren't trying to kill Ryan Hines?
No.
What about Tommy Connery? You stabbed him 4 times in the leg. What were you trying to do to Tommy Connery?
Get them away from me.
Did there come a time when it was just you and Ryan Hines fighting one-on-one?
No.
Did there come a time when Tommy Connery separated you from Ryan Hines and was just there with you one-on-one, standing up?
No.
Where were you the entire time you were flailing? How were you feeling while you were flailing around with that knife?
More scared than before. Terrified. Just, it didn't make him stop even though I was flailing around a knife.
Could you tell how many people were around you at that point?
No.
What happened next?
It's in flashes, but I just remember getting shoved into the car.
Did there come a point where you were able to stand up? How did you get shoved to the car?
I remember while I was in the fetal position and like flailing my arm around, I like rolled on the back of my heels and tried to jump backwards.
Tried to jump backwards?
Yeah.
Can you show us what you're talking about? You come down here for the jurors.
Yeah. So I was like this,
Okay.
and I tried to get to my heels to like push myself backwards.
What happened?
It didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work?
There was people behind me and there was nowhere to move.
Were there people over top of you?
Yeah.
What do you remember that being like?
Chaotic and scared.
Take the stand again, please. So there came a time when you were able to stand up. Do you recall that?
No, I just remember somehow I got thrown into the car.
You got thrown into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see Tyler DeSilva at that point?
At one point, when I was at the car, I looked over and I saw Tyler DeSilva.
And what did you see Tyler DeSilva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat on.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car, as you've described it?
As soon as I looked back, the first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah.
Where were they?
Right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No.
Did you know Tommy Connery before this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
No.
Did you know Faison Teal before this?
No.
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
No.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, I saw him getting beat on.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend and somebody that I loved. Nobody was helping him.
How did you feel?
I was still terrified. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to save him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there?
Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do.
Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids?
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening?
No.
When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
Well, I just couldn't live town.
Why not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like a brother. Like, what kind of man would I to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left him?
If he was in the same situation as me, I thought it was.
I'm going to object. It calls for speculation as to what would happen to Tyler.
Sustained.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
That Tyler wouldn't have made it out of there.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass and the curb.
How did you get there?
I just remember being there. I think I ran over.
What did you see when you got there?
Just another wall of people.
Did you see Tyler Da Silva?
No.
Did you cross paths with Tyler Da Silva?
Yeah.
You say another wall of people. Did you see Mr. Hines, who had been on top of you before?
I think so.
Did you recognize any other people that you saw there?
I saw a lot of people I didn't recognize, but I saw Matt Lockovich.
How did you know Matt Lockovich?
I've seen him at other parties before.
Did you go to school with Matt Lockovich?
I did not.
Do you know if he was older or younger than you or the same age?
I believe we were the same age.
Are you and Matt Lockovich the same size?
No. He was way bigger than me.
How did you feel at that moment?
Felt like the same thing was going to happen again.
Why didn't you just turn around and run back to the car?
There was no way I was going to be able to turn my back on that many people.
Why not?
I was just, there was no way to turn around without them really about to hit me or knock me down or something.
Did they give any indication that they were backing off?
No.
Did they start to back away from you as you stepped onto the lawn?
No, they stepped closer.
Where did you see people?
It was almost like a U, but wider.
Like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
Were there people to your right?
Yeah.
Were there people in front of you?
Yeah.
Did they give you any indication that they were just going to let you go?
No.
What did they do?
They stepped closer, and then I got hit.
You got hit?
Yeah.
Who hit you?
Came from the left side. I don't know exactly who hit me.
Where did they hit you?
In the right side of my head.
What did they hit you with?
I don't know. I think their hand.
How many people?
I don't know. As soon as they hit me, I fell, and I swung.
You told us before that you were wearing slides that night.
Yeah.
Were you still wearing the slides at this point?
No.
What happened to the slides?
They were gone. Just in my socks.
Was it wet on the grass that night?
Yes.
What else do you recall about being hit?
I just remember immediately after I got hit and fell, I swung.
What were you swinging at?
Anything.
What were you aiming for?
Anybody who was coming at me.
Did Matt Lockovich hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
Did Jimmy McGrath hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
When you swung that knife, did you feel it hit something?
No.
How were you feeling when you swung that knife?
Immediately after I swung, and I had one knee on the ground, I slipped, and I saw behind me.
What did you see behind you?
There was like a little hole, and I tried to jump and run away.
A little hole where?
So I swung, and I threw my whole body into it, and I slipped on the grass while my knee was down and faced backwards.
You're not asked the witness to come down and demonstrate this again. I think it's a little hard for me to understand what's described.
If the witness feels comfortable doing that, do you feel comfortable getting out of the witness box and demonstrating?
Yeah.
All right. Just again, please make sure to keep your voices up. I want to make sure that we capture any statements on the record.
You've described in your answers an interaction that I find hard to follow. I want you to show us what you mean by swinging, your knee going back. Demonstrate, please, for us what this is.
So, standing here, Matt Lockovich, like this, everybody like this, and then you hit me. And I'm like this.
Okay.
And I swung. After I swung, I ended up like this. I was facing backwards.
When you say you're facing backwards, which way are you facing now? Towards the road or towards the house?
Towards the road.
What did you do next?
I was on my hands and knees and I tried to jump up.
Did you go to stab anybody else?
No.
Did you go to stab Mr. McGrath?
No.
You went to jump up?
Yeah.
Did something prevent you from being able to jump up, or did you succeed in jumping up?
As soon as I jumped up, I got hit again.
Where did you get hit?
On the left side of my head.
Do you know who hit you?
I believe it was Faison Teal.
Why do you believe it was Faison Teal?
Because I remember seeing the big dark colored arm.
What did you do next?
I fell on the pavement.
In the street or on the curb?
In the street.
You say you fell on the pavement. What did you feel?
I scraped my hands on the floor.
Where?
On the pavement.
Where did you scrape your hands? The tops, the bottoms, the fingers? Your palms?
Yes.
How are you feeling at that point emotionally?
Scared.
Why?
You know, once I was on the floor again, there's a chance that they could all surround me again.
Could you see Tyler DeSilva?
No.
Could you see the car that Jack Snyder was driving?
At that point, no.
What did you do next?
I tried to lunge myself up again. And then I dove towards the car.
Where were the kids that had been in the lawn prior?
In the road now.
Following you?
Yeah.
What happened next?
I got in the car.
Where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
Front? Rear?
Front.
Different than the seat you had been in when you went down to the house?
Yes.
Why did you get into the front passenger seat?
I was right there and I just wanted to get in as quick as possible.
Where was Tyler DeSilva?
At that point, he was not in the car.
Could you see where Tyler DeSilva was?
No.
What did Jack Snyder do?
He tried to drive off.
Without Tyler DeSilva in the car?
Yeah.
How did you feel when Jack Snyder did that?
I screamed and told him to wait.
Did there come a point when Tyler DeSilva got in the car?
Yeah.
Did you have the knife in your hand at this point?
No.
You put it back in your pocket.
No.
What did you do with the knife?
When I scraped my hands on the floor, the knife was on the floor.
The knife was on the floor?
Yes.
You're saying floor. You would agree there is no floor outside where you've been. What do you mean by floor?
The pavement.
Did you see where it went?
No.
Did you try to pick it back up?
No.
Why not?
I just wanted to get to the car.
Did you see Tyler DeSilva with the knife when he got into the car?
I didn't really look back.
When Tyler DeSilva got into the car, did you see him then?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
His face was destroyed. And he was holding his head in his hands.
Was he bleeding?
Yes.
Where?
All over his face. And it was like dripping down.
What was he doing?
He was holding his head and screaming.
In pain?
And in anger.
Anger at the kids in the yard?
No.
Anger at you?
No.
Anger at who?
Jack.
Can we see Exhibit 60, please? Do we have it? Sorry, I'll grab it. Exhibit 60. Okay. We're going to watch Exhibit 60 here, Mr. Valle. What is this? 60. Can we just see the normal version? Young man, approach this way. Mr. Valle, you would agree that that video does not show the initial punch that you've described to the side of your face when the groups were standing up initially, correct?
Yes.
But you did see there at least one fight that's going on the ground, correct?
Yes.
That's not you, is it? Who's that?
Tyler DeSilva.
What was going on while we see Tyler DeSilva being beaten on the ground there before we see you back at the car?
I was getting beat on.
Could you see yourself in that video?
In the beginning, you can see people hitting and attacking, but you can't see me.
Is that the splitting up of the two groups that you've described?
Yes.
One stayed to, as we look at that, the left of the screen, and one went over to the right of the screen?
Yes.
And as this video ends, we see a figure that's on the far right of the frame, but we don't see you, correct?
Yes.
Where was that figure standing in relation to the U or horseshoe shape that you've described?
On the end.
On the, when you say the end, what do you mean?
On the end of the horseshoe.
Okay. Was there somebody to that person's left?
Yes.
Was there somebody across the way from that person behind you?
Yes.
Did you know who that person was that was on the far right that we can see there at the end of the frame?
No.
Do you know now that that's a person named Jimmy McGrath?
Yeah.
You did not know him that evening. You described getting back into Jack Snyder's car. Tyler DeSilva gets into the car. How are you feeling physically as you're sitting there in the car?
I was in a lot of pain.
Pain where?
My head. And the main thing I was noticing was my ribs.
What happened next? Did Mr. Snyder leave? Did you remain there in that place?
As soon as Tyler jumped in the back of the car, he instantly took off. We started driving.
Did you know where he was going at that point?
No.
Did you care where he was going at that point?
No, I just wanted to get out of there.
And where did Jack Snyder drive the car?
He was just driving straight. And then at one point I told him to stop the car.
Why did you tell him to stop the car?
I wanted to check my ribs.
You wanted to check your ribs?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you check your ribs just sitting there in the seat?
Because I wasn't able to stand up and look at my whole body.
Did he stop the car?
Yes.
What did you do?
Opened the door, immediately got out and used a car light, lifted up my shirt.
Used what car light?
Like, as soon as you open the door, the car light turns on. I was facing the car, right in where the door turns, lifted up my shirt, looked at myself, and then jumped back in the car.
I want to be sure we understand this. When you say you're using the car light, do you mean the interior car light or the headlights on the car?
Interior car light.
So you're facing into the interior of the car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
Lift up my shirt and look at myself.
And what did you see?
A whole bunch of bruises, but it felt way worse than what it looked like.
As you're standing there, did you take the knife out of your pocket and throw it into the woods?
I didn't have the knife at that point.
You didn't have the knife at that point.
No.
Where was the knife?
To my understanding, it was on the pavement back over at 43 Laurel Glen.
Did you make a plan to go back and get the knife?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want to go anywhere near that house.
Did Jack Snyder indicate to you that he wanted his knife back?
No.
What happened after you got out of the vehicle and used the interior light to inspect your midsection?
It lasted like a second or two, and I jumped back in the car.
And what happened after you jumped back in the car?
Jack started driving.
Did you know where he was going?
No.
How were you feeling at that point?
Still terrified and shocked. And I looked down and I was shaking.
What was Tyler DeSilva doing?
He was still screaming at Jack and holding his head.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did there come a time when the car stopped again?
Yes.
Did you recognize where you were at that point?
No. I just saw a car I recognized, which was Mackenzie's sister's car.
Who is Mackenzie's sister?
Madison Traficante.
Okay. And where was that you saw her car?
I just remember seeing it in the street.
Was that a street that you recognized from earlier in the evening, or was this somewhere else?
I can't remember. I just remember seeing the car and instantly wanting to get out and go in that car.
And what did Jack Snyder do at that point?
He stopped the car and let me out.
And what did Tyler DeSilva do at that point?
I didn't turn around. I don't know.
What did you do?
I went over and I got into Madison's car,
Where?
behind the passenger seat.
Who else was in the vehicle when you got in?
Keenan and Dimitri.
Keenan Frasick?
Yes.
Dimitri Arfanis?
Yes.
Will Sinjwald?
No.
Will Sinjwald was one of the people that had come with you earlier in Jack Snyder's car, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't in Jack Snyder's vehicle when you got out of it?
No.
And he wasn't in Madison's car when you got into it?
No.
So in the vehicle at that point, it's just you, Madison, Mackenzie, Keenan, and Dimitri?
Yes.
Was the music on in the car?
Yes.
Were you texting in the group chat at that point?
No.
What was Dimitri Arfanis doing?
I didn't look over.
And what was Keenan Frasick doing?
As soon as I got in the car and it started driving, he was looking at me.
He was looking at you?
Yes.
What were you doing?
Holding my head.
What were you thinking?
I was just in shock. Scared. I didn't really know what to think.
Did you call the cops?
No.
Why not?
I was just terrified. I didn't even know what to do. Or really what even happened.
And where did the car go?
Started driving to Keenan Frasick's house.
What happened there?
He and Dimitri got out.
He and Dimitri both got out at Keenan's house?
Yes.
So now it's just you, Mackenzie, and Madison in the car?
Yes.
And what's going on in the car at that point?
Nothing. I knew my girlfriend was still upset. Didn't want to talk or anything.
And what were you doing?
Holding my head and looking at myself. I was just shaking and I didn't even know what to do.
Where did the car go then?
We drove to my house in Milford.
How long did that take?
I can't remember.
Did there come a time when you arrived at home?
Yes.
What did you do then?
Before I opened my car door and I asked Mackenzie to talk to her.
Would she talk to you?
No.
What did you do?
I just walked up to my house.
Was anybody home?
Yes.
Who?
My mom and my little brother.
And what were they doing?
They were packing to go to Florida.
What was their reaction when they saw you?
My mom just started screaming and crying. My brother was just like holding his mouth open.
Did you explain how you'd been injured?
At that point, I didn't really know what to say. I couldn't even understand really what had happened, detail for detail. I remember telling her that I got attacked by a whole bunch of people. She just kept screaming and crying.
What did you do then?
Started crying. And then I remember going upstairs to the bathroom and just washing myself off.
What time was this?
I don't really know.
Did you go to sleep?
No.
What did you do?
It was just, my mom was panicking. And she asked me if I wanted to come to Florida with her.
What did you do at that point?
I said yes.
Why?
Just wanted to be close to my mom.
Did you go to sleep at some point?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't sleep.
What made it so that you couldn't sleep?
Everything. The way I was feeling, mentally and physically, just, there was no way I was going to be able to sleep.
What did you do?
Everything was so fast. I think I packed like a little backpack, and then we left.
Okay. While you were packing, did anyone try to contact you?
Yes,
Who?
Mackenzie, my girlfriend at the time.
She sent you some texts.
Yes.
We saw those texts here. Those exhibits.
Yes.
How did it make you feel when you read those texts as they were coming in from Mackenzie?
It just reminded me how I felt at the time when she was texting me and stuff.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97. Well, I'm going to try. Okay. State's Exhibit 97. Do you remember those texts coming in?
Yeah.
And she writes, "Are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the M phone. IDK what to do. Everyone is texting me." I want you to read for us. What did you write back?
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 98. She says, "Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. What do you say?"
I know.
"Lito, everyone's texting me. What do you say?"
Stop answering. What happened?
"Don't talk to me." What do you say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
She says, "You fucked up, Lito. What do you say?"
How? I wasn't there.
"If my parents find out," in State's Exhibit 99, "stop saying that." You say what?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kens.
"I'm not texting anyone." What do you say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
She says, "They're texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please." What do you say?
What, Kens?
And she says, "I'm so scared. What's going on?" In State's Exhibit 100, "I'm shaking," she says. "Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone, I swear." What do you say?
I can't text anything.
She says, I'm so scared, and you say what?
I wasn't there.
She says, what's happening? And what do you say?
No, I wasn't there.
She says, I'm so scared, Lito. What's happening? Please answer me. What do you say?
Nothing is happening.
State's Exhibit 101. She says, can you please call me? Can you call me, please? When I get home. And you say what?
Yes.
She says, Lito, his sister, just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look. What do you say?
What did she say? Swipe it.
She says, IDK, I'm so scared. And what do you say?
Don't answer anyone.
How fast were those texts going back and forth?
One right after another.
Were some of them coming in before you could finish the other one?
Yeah.
What were you thinking while you're writing those texts?
Overwhelmed and shocked. I just didn't want her to worry.
Were you thinking you could concoct some sort of a story that no one would know you'd been there?
I'm object. It's leading.
Sustained.
You knew you had been there, did you not?
Yeah.
Or objection. It's leading.
Sustained.
That's to be stricken.
Total strike the answer. Jury, please remove it from your notes.
Did you expect her to believe that you had not been there?
Objection. That calls for speculation as to what she would believe.
Let me hear the question again.
Did you expect her to believe that you had not been there?
Overall, it goes to his expectations. You can ask him.
No. I knew she knew I was there because she was with me.
Why did you say those things to her in that text?
Panicking, and I just didn't want her to worry at all.
At that point, did you think that someone had died?
No.
What did you do after this chain of texts?
I remember trying to call Tyler.
Tyler De Silva? Why did you try to call Tyler De Silva?
See if he was okay. What was going on. Called him 3 times, but he never answered.
Have you spoken to Tyler De Silva since that night? What did you do next?
Went with my mom, we got in the car and we drove to the airport.
Where did you go?
Florida.
Was that the next day, May 15th?
Yes.
What did you do when you got to Florida?
We were getting out of the airport and we were going to a car rental. And that's when I found out what had happened.
When you say what had happened, what did you find out?
Like the injuries and stuff.
What did you find out?
That somebody died.
How did you feel when you learned that?
I kept saying, no way. Like, that's not possible.
What did you do next?
I went over to my mom and I told her.
Did you stay in Florida?
Yeah,
How long?
like a day maybe.
When did you return to Connecticut?
Not sure, a day or two.
And did there come a time when you were contacted by the police?
My parents were. Not me.
And did you learn that the police were interested in your parents or interested in you?
In me.
And what did you learn about why they had contacted you?
That somebody had passed away.
Did you learn at some point that they had an arrest warrant for you?
Yeah.
How soon after you got back to Connecticut did you learn that?
I can't remember. It seemed like 4 days or something. It may have been shorter. I can't really remember.
When you learned that they had an arrest warrant for you, what did you do?
At the time when it came out, I was sleeping.
What time was that?
Middle of the day.
And what did you do at that point?
I woke up and I talked to my father.
Did you make arrangements to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Did you go and turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Just one try.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. De Silva, I'm going to show you some exhibits that have already been entered. There's been testimony that these are from May 18th, when you turned yourself in. Do you remember what time you went down to the Shelton PD to turn yourself in?
I remember it being really late at night.
Did you go by yourself?
No.
Who was with you?
My father.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you remember this photograph being taken?
Yeah.
Where was that taken?
I believe it was at the Shelton Police Department.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Was that taken at the same time?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. That photograph also taken at the same time?
Yes.
Can you see in there your eye, what appears to be your left eye?
Yeah.
And does that accurately reflect the injuries that you had at that point?
At that point, yeah.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Is that the back of your head?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 38. The left side of the back of your head?
Yeah.
And where do you recall getting hit that evening when you were first encountering the people on the lawn?
The back of my head.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39. Is that your right arm inside near the elbow?
Yeah.
Do you recall how you got these 1, 2, 3 scratches and some bruising?
No.
Did you have that before you were on the lawn that night?
No.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40. Is that your right hand?
Yeah.
And how did you get this injury to the heel of your right hand?
I was trying to run back to the car. I got hit and my hand slid on the pavement.
This is State's Exhibit 41. How did you get this injury on the heel of your left hand?
The same as the one on my right hand.
Are you left-handed or right-handed, sir?
Right-handed.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42 at the top of your right hand,
Yes.
and State's Exhibit 43 is at the top of your left hand.
Yes.
Did the police ever approach you and ask you if you wanted to perhaps talk to them in return for an immunity agreement from prosecution?
I'm going to object. Calls for hearsay as to what the police asked.
Can you excuse the jury for a moment? So it calls for a yes or no response.
The question is also inflammatory. And it would also indicate, again, the defendant has Fifth Amendment rights, and there was testimony about the police going to try to talk to him. So now that it's out, I would submit that it's fair game for me to ask him on cross-examination whether or not he willfully went to the police to tell him his side of the story, which he did not. So with regards to what the police asked him, I think is hearsay. I think the question can be posed without content in the question. We can rephrase it without any content in the question. If it's a yes or no answer, then clearly it's leading as well.
Your Honor, I could rephrase as whether or not he was ever offered such an opportunity.
Again, it calls
That certainly goes to his knowledge.
Okay, Attorney Smith, you could be walking down a slippery slope with that. Your client is subject to cross-examination. I don't know what the actions of the police department were at this point in time, but certainly it'll allow the state the opportunity to explore if in fact there was such communication or any questions or anything leading to such communication and or the decision. So
I understand. Again, I think that whether or not he was ever offered such an agreement is fair game as far as to ask the question. I don't intend to go any further into it beyond that. I am not aware of any offers being made to him to do so, to the extent that he was ever offered an opportunity to come down and speak with the police. I think that he can be asked about that.
I would also submit that the police department is not under the authority to offer him any type of agreement with regards to that. That comes from the state's attorney. So with regards to that, if he had a conversation with the state's attorney or this office, that would be the appropriate question. Outside of that, when the answer is no, then there's nothing further to explore.
okay, so I want to be very clear here. So we're dealing with, first of all, a right to remain silent, potentially, post Miranda. We're also dealing with an improper form of the question relative to who has the authority to provide an immunity agreement. Obviously, it would not be the police who would provide the agreement. So if it's relative to asking what the state police, what the state's attorney's offer, that's one thing. The attorney needs to be in the question and not the police. And perhaps that's the appropriate way to get around the Miranda right, because
I can make it more general.
We're talking about what the police questioned the defendant and what was said, and they don't have to get into whether or not the defendant was willing to invoke his right to remain silent or speak.
I can make it more general, Your Honor, and simply ask him whether or not he was ever offered the opportunity to sign or whether he was offered an immunity agreement. I could simply make it as
Well, really,
general as that.
The question is inflammatory. I think we need to lay some type of foundation to get there. The question needs to be posed: did you ever speak to the state's attorney with regards to this investigation? No, I did not. The inquiry ends there. It doesn't go any further about any immunity agreement or anything else. So the question is inflammatory. It's being posed to inflame the jury's senses at this point. I think there's got to be a foundation to even get there.
He's here to testify, Your Honor. And I could simply ask him, are you here testifying today under any immunity agreement?
That's leading. So that's a leading question. So I'm here testifying on my own behalf.
Because a leading question is a question that it suggests the
Correct.
answer. So if I were to say to you, you, sir, are not here today underneath an immunity agreement, are you?
It does call for yes, sir, but it's not leading with respect to the response being contained in the question. I will allow that question. The state's attorney is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine. However, the state's attorney should be very careful about approaching any type of...
But this is opening post-Miranda inquiries now, because now the arrest warrant has been signed. He's entitled to Miranda warnings, and now we're being asked whether or not we're approaching him or he's approaching us for some immunity agreement post-arrest.
And I will withdraw that question, Your Honor, with regard to the police officer. I will do that, and I'll do that in the jury's presence. But I do think that it's fair for me to ask him, sir, are you here today testifying under any immunity agreement? I don't see how that's...
The state does cross-examination. If you offered one, you offered one.
Well, my concern now is if that is the question, I think it opens the door to any post-Miranda questioning. That's all I'm saying. In other words, I should be...
Let me get into that a little bit further. Are you telling the court outside the presence of the jury that you did offer an immunity agreement? Because if you didn't, then it ends there.
There was no such conversation. It never was had. So if the conversation was had with this defendant, then it makes the subsequent question relevant. This question is not relevant. It's just, why are you here today? I'm here to testify. That's it. It has nothing to do with immunity.
Sure. I think his incentive to be here and testify, and whether or not he's testifying under an immunity agreement, is fair game. Other witnesses have been here, and we've asked them about this.
The jury can infer he's not under an immunity agreement because he's charged with homicide and 3 counts of assault. So really, the question is inflammatory. He's being prosecuted.
He wasn't charged with 5 lazy broke.
Okay. So...
That... Can we approach, please?
All right, so that's pretty interesting. So did law enforcement ask you for a plea? Objection, hearsay. So state saying that question is inflammatory. I'm sorry. Judge said that question is inflammatory and he has Fifth Amendment rights. But it's fair game to cross him if he willfully went to law enforcement. The judge says, "Hey, you're walking down a slippery slope there, Mr. Smith. Doesn't know what the actions of law enforcement will." She says she will allow the state to explore it if he talked to law enforcement. The defense says not aware if law enforcement asked him to come down and talk. State says law enforcement isn't authorized to offer a plea. That comes from the DA. Judge says he has the right to remain silent, improper form of question, who can provide an immunity agreement. The defense says I can make it more general and asked if he was offered an immunity agreement. State says that's inflammatory and you should at least lay foundation. Did you ever talk to the state? Defense says he's here to testify and I can ask him if he's here just to testify. State says that's leading. Defense says, you, sir, are not here under an immunity agreement. Judge says she'll allow that. State says you're opening the door to Miranda warning questioning. Defense says, well, I'll withdraw, but wants to ask, are you testifying under immunity? State says that will open the door to any post-Miranda questions. Why are you here today? Just to testify, has nothing to do with immunity. And then they go to the side by. First time we've seen them get a little chippy with each other. So these 2 lawyers, actually 3 lawyers, have been really respectful of each other. Mr. Smith really has never raised his his voice or anything. The state has a couple times. He's getting a little annoyed. Mark Durso. But Kevin Smith is remaining somewhat cordial still. Chippy, yeah. They're getting a little chippy. That is kind of getting chippy. 40 years was just a rumor. No, he was offered. He was offered twice. He was offered two plea deals of 40 years. Dave, as far as I know, he was offered twice because he had two separate counsels, one person, and then now he's got Kevin Smith. Yes, chippy. They're definitely getting chippy. Right? I would say that's getting chippy. Yeah, I know. I want to hear this too. Yep, I want to hear it. We always want to hear this. Joe says, remember Domino's ad, avoid the Noid. Yeah, the prosecutor is getting a little Noid here, right? Is he getting hangry? It's getting towards, well, not quite lunchtime. But yeah, he's getting... Melissa says, new to this channel, I see you focus on Florida cases. We don't really, but a lot happens out of Florida because of the sunshine rules. Will you be showing the Adelsons and Alexander brothers? Donna, for sure. I haven't heard of the Alexander brothers, Melissa, but thank you for joining us. We got Stefan Stearns coming up this week. He has a pretrial hearing. We're going to co-host that with Jules. And then his trial is set to start on the 15th. So that's out of Osceola, which is south of Orlando. And then Donna Adelson's out of Tallahassee. So yes, we are definitely covering both of those. And it's just things happen in Florida because of the sunshine laws. Amanda, he was offered 4 years, 40. Twice. He was offered, because he had two separate kinds of, Stearns is tomorrow. Sorry if I misspoke. Stearns is tomorrow. Nope. Stearns is Wednesday tomorrow. Okay, we're back.
We're going to stipulate on the record. Because it's about jurors. Attorney Smith, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Questions withdrawn.
Last question is withdrawn. Mr. Valle, you're here today testifying voluntarily.
Yes.
No promises, threats, anything like that have been made against you.
No. Are you asking if I was offered?
Objection. Ask that it be stricken.
But anything after yes, no, in response to the answer is going to be stricken from evidence. All right, it's non-responsive. Thank you.
Had you ever seen Jack Snyder's knife before that night?
No.
Have you ever seen Jack Snyder's knife since that night?
No.
Had you ever used a knife as a weapon before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Ryan Hines before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Faison Teal before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Tommy Connery before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Jimmy McGrath before that night?
No.
You told us before that you knew some of the folks at that party on social. Do you remember telling us that?
I believe so, yes.
What in the world does that mean, to know somebody on social?
On social gatherings, like parties, on social media, just that kind of thing.
Even these folks that you say you knew on social, did you feel like you knew them well?
No.
Did you want to kill any of those kids?
No.
Did you want to hurt any of those kids?
No.
What did you want to do when you were down there on that ground and all those fists were punching you and those legs were kicking you?
Get them away from me.
Why did you use that knife that Jack Snyder gave you?
I'm going to object. This is asked and answered at this point.
Felt like the only thing that was gonna help me get out of that situation.
Thank you, Mr. Valle. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to move into our recess, so we will have our morning 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back for the state cross-examination of Mr. Valle. All right, so the court stands in recess for 15 minutes.
Okay, did a quick little stretch there, 2-second stretch. Yeah, Billy Wagner. We've done a couple pretrial hearings, motions with Billy Wagner. So if and when he goes to trial, yeah, I'd love to cover that one. I think Dave and Pammy, you guys were talking about that. All right, so the 19-year-old Raul Valle. I don't know how I feel about him. I mean, there's some inconsistencies. You know, you could say he was lying. You know, I just go back to, I mean, with all these kids, these are kids, right? Just keep in mind, these were 16-year-old, 17, 18-year-old kids. This thing happened in like 30 seconds, if not quicker. I mean, think about, there was an experiment I saw once on YouTube. I forget when, but it was out of Washington Square, New York City. And these cops did an experiment, and they faked like a robbery, right? And Washington Square is pretty populated. So after that, they went around and they asked 10 different witnesses, and those 10 different people said 10 different things. They said, oh, that guy had a red hoodie on. No, it was black. No, it was blue. No, it was yellow. No, it was orange. Oh, he was black. No, he was Hispanic. He was white. He was Asian. You know, it was like the person that he robbed was a woman. No, it was a young girl. No, it was a middle-aged man. So these are kids, and every single one of them has their own truth, right? So you may think he's lying. You may think other witnesses are lying, and that's cool. I mean, that's your opinion. I get it. So that being said, I did find some inconsistencies with his testimony. Some I believed. Some I was like, yeah, that tracks, because other people said the same thing. And then other things I'm like, well, you're the only one saying that. So then it's like, then it becomes like, who do you believe? Do you believe him? Do you not believe him? So anyway, let's get through it. Let's get to it. So we picked up from yesterday. He's on the front lawn at Laurel Glen. He thinks there was 50 kids. Right there, of course, he's going to inflate it. And the kids that are from on Jimmy's side are going to say, yeah, there's only 5 kids. I only saw 5 kids. You know, so the truth lies somewhere in between. He's saying 50. Some people were saying 10. Majority of people were saying 25 to 30. So I'm going to go with 30 kids. He said it felt like 50, right? It felt like 50 because there were more behind what he could see. So he said 2 groups formed when he and Tyler were about 5 or 6 feet away. He said he was trying to talk to Ryan Heinz. He said there were 20, 25 people just on him alone. So he said, so he gets off the stand, and he's pretty tall, right? He's a pretty tall guy. And he's like, hey, I've grown a lot since then. Remember, he's 16. A lot of guys get their growth spurt 18, 19 years old. So it makes sense that he's a lot taller now than he was when he was 16. So he says, Ryan and he were just talking. Ryan starts yelling at him, and Raul stuck out his hand, and Ryan smacked his hand down. So now Ryan said that Raul had his shirt over his head, and then Ryan made the first move. Ryan went and he flicked his shirt off of his head. So either way, that's Ryan initiating, making first contact. So whoever you believe, Ryan made first contact. He said he got hit in the side of his head, and he only found out after where he got hit. So that tracks also, because Ryan, several other people said that Tyler Rich sucker punched Raul, punched him in the face. So again, they made first contact. Raul didn't make first contact. Everybody's saying that he got hit first. However you want to say it, everybody's saying that Raul got hit first. So he says everything went black. He said next thing, his face was on the ground. This is where he starts to break down and get emotional and cry. He said people were stomping, kicking, and punching him. He said his knife was in his pocket. He tried to get up and he couldn't because there were so many people everywhere. He said there was yelling. He said he couldn't describe it. He couldn't see Tyler or the car or Jack. He couldn't see anywhere to escape. He said they were all around him, on top of him. He couldn't tell who it was. He was getting hit in the back of the head, front, face, ribs. He didn't get the sense he was going to be let go. He went to cover his head up in a fetal position. That didn't help because they didn't stop. He said he felt hopeless and scared and terrified. I really wish they had brought in a psychiatrist because I think this is going to be their only witness. But I really wish they had brought in somebody to talk about his frame of mind because that to me would have really helped. All right, so he said everything hurt. He lost consciousness. He reached into his pocket and he grabbed a knife. He said he felt that would be the only thing that would help him. His face was in the dirt. He couldn't see or hear Tyler. He said couldn't see or hear Tyler. He took the knife out and started waving, stabbing, and flailing and couldn't tell if he hit anything. And I believe him at this point in the sense of like he's terrified, he's scared. He reaches into his pocket. He starts going crazy. Again, he's a 16-year-old. He's surrounded by people. He's getting beat on. So he went for the only thing that he felt was going to help him. Is that self-defense or not? It's up to the jury to decide. He said that made him more scared because people were still kicking him in. There were so many people still on top of him. He couldn't get up. He kept flailing his arm around. He wasn't aiming at anyone. So this also tracks with Ryan, who said Ryan put him on the ground. Ryan says, and then he said he just started stabbing him. Oh no, he said he was on his knee. So Ryan said the same thing. He was on his knee and he got stabbed in the side and towards the butt and then on the leg. So that tracks with that. Then Tommy came in and pushed them aside, and then Tommy gets stabbed in the leg. So again, that tracks that Raul's on the ground. So again, I don't think he's lying here where he says he's on the ground and he's just flailing away. And don't forget, I think it was Tommy or Ryan, I forget which, but one of them was saying that he was just like doing this. He was like doing a Chucky, and he was just stabbing. So again, that kind of tracks. So I'm saying I don't think he's lying at that point where he's just flailing around. Because Ryan said the same thing. So he remembers getting shoved into the car. He remembers trying to jump backwards while in the fetal position. Okay, it didn't work. There were too many people. Okay, he gets... He looked over. He saw Tyler on the ground. He was getting beat. He said he made it to the car. He looked for Tyler, and he saw Tyler was getting beat on. He said Jack wasn't doing anything, and Raul didn't open the door all the way. So that also tracks. We saw him going back to the car, right? So he already had the knife. He didn't go back to the car to get the knife. He had the knife already. He said he couldn't just let Tyler be alone and felt like he had to save him. So he said, he was my best. Why not run away? He's my best friend. He was like a brother. And what kind of man would I be? So that's what's going through his mind. That's his state of mind, that he's in this fight or flight mode. He looks back. He sees his friend getting stomped on, admittedly face on said he was stomping on him. We see the video. Tyler's getting the crap beat out of him. And just like Taylor Capella said, her boyfriend Matt would not walk away. If one of his friends was getting beat on, Matt would not walk away or run away. So put yourself in that position. Now Raul is away from the fight and he sees his friend, his best friend, his brother, getting beat on. What are you going to do? Are you going to run away and let him get beat, or are you going to run back in there? Granted, you have a knife, but that's what's going through his mind. You have to remember his state of mind. Put yourself in that state of mind. His heightened, his adrenaline, everything is like through the roof, right? And he's 16 years old. Even adults wouldn't be thinking, look at Nicholas Mew. I mean, adults don't think normal. Just imagine a 16-year-old. So he swung at, so he got hit on the head again. He said he swung at anyone coming at him. He said after swinging, he slipped. He said, let's see, he got hit. He believes face on hit him. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we're not going to use, guys, don't use the R word. If you're going to, you have to say grape, or else we're going to delete that message. So no R, use grape. YouTube does not like that word. So definitely delete it. We'll remove those kind of statements. So just so you know, if you're going to say anything that YouTube doesn't like, just either respell it, be clever with your spelling. Appreciate it, you guys. So let's see. So he believes it was Faison that hit him. He said he scraped his hands on the pavement as he fell. He said he got into the front passenger seat. Jack tried to drive off without Tyler, so he was screaming at Jack to wait. So when he scraped his hands, the knife was on the pavement. He didn't see where it went. So I guess he stabbed Jimmy already. I kind of missed that. I missed the entire thing of Jimmy getting stabbed. I guess I missed all of that. So he didn't pick up. Okay. Yeah, I missed the whole point of him stabbing Jimmy. So the knife is somewhere on the street, right? So Tyler finally gets back in the car. His face is destroyed, bleeding. That tracks. You know, we heard that from several people. Well, from Jack and Tyler. Then he talks about this horseshoe, right? The group was like a horseshoe, and Jimmy was on the left. Yeah, I totally missed him stabbing Jimmy. Okay, maybe in cross I'll pick up that. He told Jack to stop. He wanted to check his ribs. Okay, so is he lying about that? Tyler and Jack, I think it was, I forget which one. Either Tyler or Jack said he stopped out and he saw him throw the knife. He's saying he stopped to check his ribs. So who's lying? Is Raul lying or is Jack lying? You know, we're not quite sure. Or Tyler, I'm not sure which said that. I think maybe Tyler said that. He said there were a bunch of bruises. It felt worse than it looked. He didn't have the knife at that point. He didn't have a plan to go back because he didn't want to do anything, didn't want to have anything to do with that house. Tyler was screaming at Jack, and Tyler says that he was really pissed off that Jack left, or Jack wasn't, was going to leave him. All right, so he gets out. He sees Mackenzie and he sees Madison's car, so he gets out. That's Mackenzie's sister, so he goes home with them, and then we get into why not call the cops, right? So he gets home, why not call the cops? He said he was terrified, didn't know what to do. Remember, he's 16 years old. Now should his mom have called the cops? I would think more the mom should have. And again, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but an adult in that situation probably should have been the adult and should have been like, all right, what happened? Let's call law enforcement. Let's get this sorted out. I'm not going to put that on a 16-year-old to say, hey, I just was in a knife fight. No, I don't think a 16-year-old, I wouldn't put that on at Raul's feet. I would say perhaps the mom, not perhaps, I think mom should have stepped up, but she didn't, so it is what it is. So they were going to Florida. His mom and younger brother were going to Florida, so he just wanted to be with his mom, and I get that too. A lot of you were saying, hey, I'm in my 40s, 50s, 60s, I want my mom as well. So 16-year-old kid just in a knife fight, absolutely, no problem. I'm not going to trash him for wanting to be with his mom. So they end up going to Florida. He was there for like a day or two. He comes back. He didn't want, with the whole texting with Mackenzie, he didn't want her panicking. He didn't want her to worry at all. That's a little sus. And yeah, I mean, again, that's his state of mind. It does seem a little odd that he was saying, don't worry about it. I wasn't there. We could nitpick that. That's a little sus. So law enforcement contacted his parents. He heard about the arrest warrant 4 days later. Now, a lot of you were saying, he was running from the law. He wasn't. The cops did stop and knock at the door, talk to the dad, and the dad said, we need a lawyer. Think about Jack and Tyler. They didn't talk to law enforcement for like 6 months. So he wasn't hiding from the police. It was his father that said, we want to lawyer up. We're not going to talk to you until we lawyer up. Perfectly normal, perfectly acceptable. He wasn't running from the police. And once he did find out about the warrant, he showed up. Now let's see what Cross says. Maybe the state will say, hey, I'm sure the state Durso is going to bring out all of this. So I may change my tune, but for now I'm saying he wasn't running from the law. When he did find out about the arrest warrant, he came in. Now he turned himself in at 3:00 in the morning, but he found out in the middle of the day. So again, that's a little questionable. It's questionable. We'll see where that leads. Let's see. Then there's photos of him at Shelton, and he's got 3 little scratches on his right bicep. He's got a couple little scratches here. It does seem pretty minimal. I agree. I saw you guys, working in your rose gardens. Hey, I do a lot of yard work too, and I'm scratched up just from, cutting down thorns. I get it. It was not matching up. Him getting, the crap beat out of him wasn't matching up with his wounds. I get it. But that's his reality and that's his story. So That's what we're going with right now. All right. Hey, Helen, how are you? 3 sides to every story. Yours, mine, and the truth. I agree with that. I agree. Jeff, you think he was running from the law? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he just wanted to. You say he's running from the law. He says he's just wants to be with his mom. So what? I guess the alternative would be he would stay there. 16-year-old just got in a knife fight. Nobody's there, right? Was mom there? No, mom had left. Was dad still there? That's a question. I gotta find that question. I mean, I gotta find the answer to that because that'd be a good to find out if dad was still there. Janet says if the knife was thrown in the woods, they would have found it. One would think they checked a lot. They checked a lot. Wingardium says the other kids in the car have no reason to lie. They all heard him ask for the knife. I find it hard to believe the other people in the car were all lying and Raul was telling the truth. Fair enough. No media at 3 a.m. That's a good point. That is a good point. Richard says you can dress one up, but you can never get the field out. Not quite sure what that means, Richard, but... McKevin, are lesser included offenses? No, I don't think so. I think it's just the assaults, the 3 assaults. Well, there's 2 first and then 1 second degree assault, and then the first degree. So we'll have to wait for jury instructions. But at the top of the trial, the judge did not say anything about lesser included. Let's see. Correction, the problem. I'm going to go with that. Correction, the problem. Respectfully, it wasn't a knife fight. It was a fist fight that he brought a knife to. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying a knife fight because he was the one that was the only one with the knife, for sure. Janet said, I wonder if Jack took the knife. That's a good point. That's a good question. State of confusion. His parents took over and did the thinking for him. Absolutely. I agree. Davida says someone purposely disposed of the knife. LW says both parents screwed up. Now Raul is paying for it. Ed says, did they prove the mother already had reservations for Florida? We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. Jojo, how are you today? Now you made me want to go back and watch in rapid speed. Get to see the emotion for myself. Who paid the $2 million bond, Richard? That's a great question. I have no idea. No idea. Pammy says, not necessarily a 3 to 4 inch knife folded and thrown who knows where. Would be very hard to locate. They searched a couple. Again, yeah, that's $200,000 they got to come up with. That is true. Nanar says, I agree completely, Pammy. I've broken many ribs, not from a fight though, but I never got out to look at them. It's a silly thing to say. Yeah, that's questionable. Again, there's things that we could pick apart for sure. If you're for him, you're like, hey, he's just doing this. If you're against him, you're like, burn him at the stakes. Hey, Mona, how are you? I think he's overcharged. There was a drunken, hormone-infused, terrible situation. Overcharged unless he hurt my own kid. Good to see you. Hey, Mona. Momo Shark, thank you for joining us. What's the deal with the immunity deals? Jack and Tyler both took immunity deals. Davida, I'm sure Raul's parents posted his bond. I have no idea what his parents do. I have no idea. Aren't the 3 counts of assault separate from the murder? I guess if you find him not guilty of the M, then you can find him guilty of the assault. He's got 3. Here, let me read him. All right, he's accused of James McGrath. So that's first. Then he's got count 2 is assault in the first degree for Ryan Heinz. Count 3 is assault in the first degree for Tom Connery. Count 4 is assault in the second degree for Faison. So those are his 4 counts. Count 1 is deletion of Jimmy. Count 2 is assault in the first degree for Ryan. Count 3 is assault in the first degree for Tom, because both of those guys could have also passed away. Ryan and Tommy had life-threatening injuries. They could both of them could have passed away. And then Faison, just I hate to say just, but Faison had his by his testimony, he had his arm fat sliced away. So that was count 4. That was second degree. So the 2 that were life-threatening, because Ryan's lung collapsed and Tommy had his artery of of his leg, he could have also passed away. So that's why those are first degree, and then face-on is second degree. So Chris says, was beer supplied to those kids at the house party? Beer was definitely, the first party where this all started with, it was a BYOB. The second party, no parents were around, so we're not quite sure. But all the kids say it wasn't a kegger. They weren't standing on their heads doing beer, whatever that's called, beer standing, whatever. So they say it wasn't a kegger. It wasn't this wild, crazy, out of control party like the media has portrayed it. I don't know if that was. Oh, hi. Well, hi. Got little Mama Polly coming in. Hi, you. What's up, little meow meow? You want to come say hello? Little Mama Polly's coming out. Coming out to say hello. So that was Polly just saying hello. All right. What else? Bob says, I can see him not guilty of the 2 assaults, but not on the M or last assault. So that would be face on. So you're saying you can see him not guilty on Tommy and Ryan, but guilty on face on and Jimmy. Why would you say not Tommy and because you think that was self-defense? So you're thinking maybe self-defense for Ryan and Tommy because they both said, well, Ryan said he punched him. Ryan definitely laid hands on him and was on top of him. So maybe that's not guilty because that was self-defense. Tommy just tried to break him up. So is that considered self-defense? And Faison, well, Faison said he was stomping on Tyler. Yeah, it's going to be messy. I think this is going to be well, maybe not. That's just my personal opinion, but yeah, OnlyFan, there might be lessers for all we know. We don't know.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, everyone. I'll ask Mr. Valle to please retake his position in the stand. Come on up. You do remain under the obligations of your oath, okay? Return of all of our jurors.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Durso, if you'd like to cross-examine.
May 14th of 2022, you go to Lazy Brook Road for a party at Madigan Lifer's house, correct?
Yes.
That's you to the right there in the Ole Miss football shirt,
Yes.
the light blue shirt,
Yes.
black pants, with the helmet on, right?
Yes.
That's you.
You said that you got there around what time?
I want to say around 9 or 10.
9 or 10. You were there and you testified on direct examination. You were there for about an hour and a half, correct?
Yeah.
People arrived at some point after an hour and a half, correct?
Yeah.
Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik, you didn't know them, right?
No.
But those are the two that showed up at Lazy Brook Road at that point, right?
Yes.
And when they got to Lazy Brook Road, Jack, Tyler, and yourself confronted those two, right?
When I first got there, no.
Because Madigan Lifer didn't want anybody else in her house. So you were under the assumption that if they left, you guys could stay, right?
No, she asked everybody by the door.
I'm gonna move to strike as non-responsive as to what Madigan Lifer said.
Court is going to sustain the objection. I am going to go ahead and strike everything after the response no as unresponsive and yes, sir. Thank you.
So at some point in time, let me ask you this: how long was Ryan and Griffin at Lazy-Brook before you, Jack, and Tyler got involved with them?
I want to say a couple of minutes.
Couple minutes, right? So they show up. Ryan walks down with his beer in his hand, right? And at some point you talk to Ryan and Griffin with Jack and Tyler, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you say to them, you can come in if you give me some beer, right?
I was the only one who said that.
You're the only one that said that.
Yes.
And Jack and Ryan gave you a beer, right?
He did not.
And at some point in time, it got heated between the three of you and Griffin and Ryan, right?
Just between Jack and Ryan.
And at some point in time, that went outside, right?
Yes.
So within the span of a few minutes, it went from give me a beer to going outside into the driveway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And out in the driveway, there was a group of people surrounding the area, right, from the party,
Scattered, yes.
right? And you said, I think you said on direct examination, there were about 30 people at this party. You remember saying that?
Inside, I think there was more.
Okay, so there was 30 people inside, and then there was maybe 20 outside?
No, there was probably like 10 people
There
outside.
was only 10 people outside. 10 people including you, or 10 people excluding you?
Including me.
Okay, and who was outside?
At the time, I didn't really look at faces.
Right, you weren't paying attention, right?
Yeah.
You just kind of scanned the area, and you said, oh, there's about 10 people here, right?
No, I didn't really look around to see how many.
You have no clue who was outside then at that point. That's what you're telling us?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know if there were girls outside or boys outside at that point, right?
No.
You just know that there were bodies. You weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
And when you go outside, at some point there's an argument going on between Ryan and Jack, right?
Yeah.
And you're witnessing it.
Yeah.
And you're outside, in fact, with this helmet on at the time, are you not?
Yes.
And when you're outside and you're looking at this argument that is going on between Jack and Ryan, at some point in time they square up, right?
Yes.
And they square up because they're going to fight for the beer, right? Jack had taken the beer from him at that point,
Yeah.
right? And he wanted his beer back. Ryan wanted his beer back.
Yes.
And when they square up, Ryan's standing squared up to Jack. Jack's across from Ryan, right?
Yes.
And to Jack's back left is Tyler Da Silva, correct?
Yes.
And behind Ryan is you, right?
Off to the side, yeah.
Right? And you're wearing that helmet at that point, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination. They squared off. Hines stepped on my foot and I pushed him. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You pushed him.
Yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibits 58. Stop right there. So this is this person right here to the left in the blue shirt. Who's that?
Tyler Da Silva?
Can I get this? So this person right here is who?
Tyler Da Silva.
And this person in the red is who?
Jack Snyder.
So right now you're behind. We can't see you, but you're right behind Brian Hines, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Can you play it, please? Stop. Is that you pushing Ryan Hines in the head?
That's me pushing Ryan Hines, yes.
So that right there, that's a push, not a punch. That's what you're testifying. That's what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe, that that was a push, not a punch.
Yes, I remember pushing him.
Can you play the fast version, please? We'll stop it there. Can you put the volume on?
So right there, what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe is that you just pushed Ryan in his head, not punched him. That's what you're telling them.
I'm saying that I remember pushing him.
But the video would contradict what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe at this point, correct?
I remember pushing him.
But the video, that's not responsive to my question. The video does not corroborate what you just told these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, correct?
I just remember pushing him.
Non-responsive. Did you push him in the head or did you punch him in the head? You remember pushing him, but does the video show you pushing or punching him? That's my question.
I pushed him.
What does the video show?
Me pushing him?
So you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe that what just happened there is a push, not a punch, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And you also told these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at some point during this fight, you go over and you try to get Ryan off of Jack, right? Because at that point the fight was on, and Ryan tackles Jack, right?
Yes.
And your testimony was that at some point, Tyler De Silva gets in and does the same thing, right?
Yes.
That's what you remember, right?
Yes.
But isn't it true that Tyler jumps in and also punches Ryan when he's on the ground?
I think so. I don't remember that happening.
Isn't it also true that at some point in time towards the end of this fight, you use the helmet that's on your head and you slam it into Ryan's head?
That's not true, no.
That's not true? Is that not what you remember? Or is that what you're saying is that the video is false?
I never did that.
You never did that? Okay. So let's play the rest of this video and then we'll go to the slow-mo. That's you right there in the helmet back there, right? We'll wind it a tick. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. That's you right there, right?
Yes.
And you have a helmet on, right?
I had the helmet on a lot at the time.
Play it. Okay. Now we'll play the slow motion. Now you just saw the helmet slam down on Ryan, right? And you heard the crack of the helmet on Ryan's head?
I didn't slam the helmet down on him at all.
So you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe that you did not slam the helmet into Ryan's head when he was on the ground?
Yes.
Is that what you remember, or are you saying the video is false?
I don't really see that in the video.
Okay, let's play the slow-mo version. So here's the punch, or what you're saying is a push. There you are here with the helmet, right? And here's you right in here. Ready? Slam. That's you right there, slamming the helmet into Ryan's head, right?
I never slammed him with the helmet.
Okay, so the video's alive. That's what you're saying.
So counsel asked you before if you ever had carried a weapon before May 14th of 2022. Isn't it true that you used the helmet as a weapon at Lazy Brook that night?
No.
At some point in time, Leifer's mother comes out and kicks everybody out, right? But that's about 15, 20 minutes after this fight is over?
Yeah.
And after that, after you guys are kicked out, you get into Jack's car, the Honda Pilot.
Yes.
And you had no idea what you were going to do, so you guys were driving over to Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And when you were driving over to Trumbull High School, isn't it true that during that ride, you were laughing and joking about how you just got into a fight and hurt Ryan Hines?
No.
You never said that? And as you're going over to Trumbull High School, it's you in the back seat behind Jack, right?
Yeah.
Jack's driving.
Yes.
Tyler's in the front seat.
Yes.
In the middle seat is who? Will Sinjwald, correct?
Yes.
And to the right of him is Keenan Frasick.
Yes.
Mackenzie's on your lap.
Yes.
And Dimitri's in the back.
Yes.
And when you're driving over there, you indicated on direct examination you had your phone on you at that point, right? As a matter of fact, you had your phone all night, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you're added to a group chat, right?
Yes.
When you go over to Trumbull High School, had the group chat already started before you get to Trumbull High School?
I believe so, yes.
Right, so you knew that because you were already added, right?
I can't remember if I got added when we got to Trumbull or on the way there.
Isn't it true that Anthony Greco added you at 11:10 p.m. on Saturday, May 14th, 2022 to the group chat?
I can't remember, but yeah.
Well, who's Anthony Greco? You know Anthony Greco, right?
Football team.
Play football. You went to St. Joe's with you, right?
Yes.
He was at Lazy Brook that night at some point? Did you see him at Lazy Brook?
No, I don't remember seeing him.
But he added you to this chat nevertheless, right?
Yes.
And that was at about 11:10 p.m.?
I guess so, yeah.
And you indicated on direct examination you were on your phone, checking the text group messages, you're talking to Will Sinjwald next to you, and you're talking to Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
And while you were doing all those things, you also had an opportunity to see that Jack was on his phone also, right?
Yes.
And you saw that Tyler was on his phone, right?
Yeah.
And when you get to Trumbull High School, how long are you there for? About 20 minutes?
I can't remember exactly how long we were there for.
When you get to Trumbull High School, you have a conversation with Jack and Tyler about fighting these kids at Trumbull High School, correct?
No, never.
Isn't it true that you were in the group chat telling kids to come show up to Trumbull High School to fight?
Yes. I remember telling them to come to Trumbull High.
Right. Because you, in this group chat, you're saying Trumbull High, slide. Right now, RN, right now, Trumbull High, slide, right?
Yes.
Because at that point, you wanted to meet those kids to fight, right?
No, we were about to be leaving Trumbull, and at the time I thought it would be funny.
So you wanted to meet those kids at Trumbull High School to fight, right?
No.
So at some point in time, you leave Trumbull High School,
Yes.
and before you leave Trumbull High School, you're again asking them, Trumbull High, slide, right? Slide means come here.
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you're in the group chat and you realize that the other kids are talking about an address, right? They said, drop the ad. We're going to drop the addy, right? Does that mean address?
You're saying the other kids were saying that?
Yeah, people were talking about giving you an address. Someone was saying, we'll drop the addy, right? You remember hearing that, seeing that in the group chat?
No, I remember just seeing the address.
Okay. Do you recall when someone indicated that we dropped the addy, you said send it in the group chat?
No, I don't remember that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? But looking at the document, help to refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
That's you, right? Does your memory refreshed?
It says my name, but I don't see the number.
Somebody else have your phone that night?
I don't remember.
Somebody else you know named Lito?
I don't remember now.
No. So, do you recall asking for the address in the group chat that says send it?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
Are you saying that this is not you in the group chat?
It says my name, but there's no number.
Okay. Again, at some point in time later in the group chat, you say Laurel Glenn, correct?
No.
You don't? May I approach the witness? Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure, yeah.
Lito? Does that refresh your recollection?
Again, it says my name, but not my number.
So, let me ask you this, Mr.
Did it refresh your recollection, yes or no?
No?
So let me ask you this. You recall being added to the group chat by Anthony Greco at 11:10 p.m. on May 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
And you also recall telling the kids to slide to Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall whether or not your name was Lito in the group chat?
When you join a group chat, it's just your number.
It's just your number. But if somebody has your name in their phone, it would say your name, correct?
Pretty sure it would still be just a number.
But would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told people to slide over to Trumbull?
No, I knew I said that.
You knew you said that, right? So if we had a group chat with your name on it, and that is corroborated in here that you told them to slide, wouldn't it also be true that if your name is in this group chat subsequent and you told them to drop the address, send it, that would also be you? Or is there two Litos that you know of?
I can't see the number. It just says my name.
Right. So wouldn't it stand to reason that Lito is you in the group chat?
I guess so, yeah.
You just don't recall saying these things, right? That's your testimony today?
I only ever remember saying the Trumbull High thing.
Right. You don't recall asking them to send their address at Laurel Glen. That's what your testimony is, right?
Yeah.
And you don't recall reiterating the address that was sent, Laurel Glen. You say Laurel Glen, right? You actually say it twice in the group chat, but you don't recall that, right?
No.
That's your testimony today?
Yes.
And then at some point in time, you make your way from Trumbull High School over to 43 Laurel Glen, which is Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
You didn't know it at the time, but that's Tyler Rich's house. You've met Tyler Rich before?
Yes.
Where have you met him before?
Parties?
What kind of parties?
High school parties?
Have you ever been to high school parties in the Berries? You know where the Berries are in Shelton?
No.
No, you don't? You ever recall going to a party on Mulberry, Strawberry, Edelberry, any type of street with a Berry last name in Shelton? You ever recall seeing Ricky Fiola at those parties?
Yeah, I've been to parties in Shelton.
Right. And you ever recall seeing Matt Lockovich at those parties?
Yes.
Yeah, you've met him before, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you've had a fight with Matt Lockovich a week before this incident, correct? At one of those parties?
No, never.
So you drive over from Trumbull High School, and you indicate a couple cars were there when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Can you repeat that?
When you drove over from Trumbull High School and you got to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated on direct examination there were a couple of cars there, right?
Yeah.
We pulled up and saw girls from St. Joe's High School. Oh, I'm sorry, withdrawing. You indicated that when you got there, you saw other cars parked in the street, right?
Yes.
And there wasn't that many people outside at first, right? I noticed a few kids, right? Isn't that what you said on direct examination?
Yeah, not that I could see at first.
And at some point, people came out of the house, right?
Like everyone came out of the house.
Right. And people came out of the house because you texted them in the group chat, "We here," right?
No.
Do you recall doing that?
No.
Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May approach the witness, Your Honor. Your memory refreshed?
Yeah, I never said that.
So somebody else had your phone at that point.
No, again, it says my name, but not my number.
So there's another person named Lito in the group chat.
Anybody can name anybody they want in the group chat.
But you would agree with me that in the group chat it says, from Lito, we here, right?
It just says Lito.
And then it says, we here, right?
Yes.
So at that point in time, people come out of the house, right?
Yes.
And when the people come out of the house, what time of night would you say it was when people came out of the house when you were in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
I can't remember.
You don't remember, but it was dark out.
Yeah.
It was late.
Yes.
Clearly after 11, right?
Yes.
Probably sometime before 11:30ish.
I don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
And you indicated that you saw people come out, and there were about 30 people that came out at that point, right?
That I could see, yeah, but I know there was more.
You knew there were more? How did you know there were more?
There was people behind those 30 people.
There was people behind the 30 people, so you counted each and every one of those people that came outside?
No, it's just an estimate.
Just an estimate, right? So there could have been 20, right?
It looked like way more than 20 people.
Right, but it could have been 20, right?
Yeah.
So, at some point in time, you indicate that Snyder stopped his car, You saw a yard and kids coming out to the car, right?
Yes.
And by the way, at some point in time, you leave the chat at like 11:32 p.m. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, that was before we arrived at the house.
Before you arrived at the house. So you left the chat, according to the chat, Lito left the conversation. You recall that happening?
Yes.
Okay. So you recall getting in the conversation, you recall getting out of the conversation, you only recall a few things that you said, but you think the other person named Lito in the conversation could be somebody else.
I remember why I left.
That mischaracterizes the testimony. He has not said he believes there's another person named Lito in the group chat.
So you recall saying some things in the chat, you just don't recall saying everything in the chat. Is that a fair statement of your testimony?
I only ever said the things about Trumbull High School.
Okay, so the other things that are in the chat, that would be inaccurate, according to you?
Yes.
Okay. So you were going over there to fight, correct?
No.
And when you got there, kids surrounded the car, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that on direct examination, there were rows of people, 10, then maybe 30, right?
Yes.
Jack was talking, Tyler was talking, because kids had approached the car at that point.
Yes.
You indicated kids you knew were there because you texted them in the group chat, right?
Never said that.
You said that on direct examination, right?
No. I said my window was up when all the kids came. When I recognized a few people, I put my window down.
And who did you recognize?
Ricky Fiola, Mickey DeJesus, and Aiden King.
So you spoke to Aiden King when he came next to the car at that point, right?
I spoke to all three of them.
Right. And you told Aiden King at some point when it got aggressive that tell your friends to get away from the car, I'm going to break a bottle over somebody's head.
No, I never said that.
And there were a few kids shouting at Jack at some point, right?
Yes.
And it became aggressive, according to you?
Yes.
But at first it was a peaceful conversation, right? According to you? Peaceful?
Mine was, yes.
And it got aggressive?
Yes.
But you didn't see anybody throw anything at that point, right?
No.
And then you indicated on direct examination you couldn't see anybody outside. So you only saw the three people you knew, Aiden, Ricky, and who was the third?
Mickey DeJesus.
So Nikki, Aiden, and Ricky you saw. That's it.
Yes.
You couldn't hear any threats, right?
I heard them screaming, but
you couldn't hear any threats, right?
I couldn't make out what they were saying.
And at some point you indicated on direct examination people were hitting the car on all sides, right?
Yeah, before that happened, somebody punched Jack in the face.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive.
Sustained. Court's going to strike the witness's response after, yeah. Okay, so the rest of that response, please strike from your notebooks if you took notes on it. It's not to be considered evidence. Okay.
So you indicated on direct examination people hitting the car on all sides, correct?
Yes.
And all I heard was banging, right?
Yes.
Didn't hear glass shattering, right?
No, I don't think so.
And the car began to rock, right?
Yes.
You indicated on direct examination you were panicking, right?
Yes.
This was never like anything you've been through before, right? This was scary, right?
Yes.
And at that point you couldn't get out, right? You said that on direct?
There was no way to get out, no.
Because there were so many people, right?
Yes.
And at some point you thought to yourself, this is not a good idea, right, to be here?
I just remember being scared. My girlfriend was crying. And I remember telling Jack to drive.
To drive, right? So Jack drove down the street, right?
Yes.
And when Jack drove down the street, at some point he stopped, right?
Yes.
At some point, was Jack driving up and down the street? You remember Jack driving up and down the street?
I don't remember that, no.
You don't remember that? Could have happened, but you don't remember?
Yeah, no, I don't remember that.
You don't remember. But at some point in time, he drives down the street, right? State Exhibit 1, you indicate that Jack drives down the street and at some point stops in front of the house near where we previously identified it as 36 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes.
And it's at that moment that that Mackenzie gets out of the car
Yes.
and she's walking away,
Yes.
and then you get out of the car at some point, right?
Yes, right after.
While you're getting out of the car, you're pissed off, and you say, holy shit, they really fucked up your car, Jack. Give me the knife. Where's the knife? Give me the knife, right?
No. Immediately after I got out, or Mackenzie got out.
A move to strike is non-responsive. Everything after no.
Court is going to go ahead and strike the response after the witness indicated the word no. Please discard that from your notes. Thank you.
Now, you get out of the car with the knife, correct, at this point?
No.
Because according to you, on direct examination, Jack gave you the knife when you got out of the car at that point, correct?
Yes.
So you did get out of the car with the knife at this point, right? When
Objection, Your Honor. That mischaracterizes the testimony. He did not testify that he got out of with the knife.
So the witness indicated yes. I'm going to go back to the last question. I'm going to hear the last question again.
So Jack gave you the knife when you got out of the car, correct?
I was already outside of the car, yes.
And he gave you the knife at that point, right?
Yes.
And he gave you the knife when you got out of the car, at that point when the car initially stopped, right? Car stops, you get out, you get the knife, right?
Yes.
So you're in possession of the knife when you initially get out of the car on May 14th of 2022, right?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that mischaracterizes the testimony.
Yes, sustained.
When you get out of the car stops in front of 36 Laurel Glen. You get out of the car, right?
After Mackenzie, yes.
Mackenzie's walking down the street, right?
Yes.
And when you're out of the car, Jack gives you the knife, right?
Tosses it at me, yes.
Right. And at some point after that, Tyler DeSilva gets out of the car and walks around the car towards you, right?
No, Tyler DeSilva was already next to me when that happened.
So it's your testimony that Tyler was next to you when Jack throws you the knife. That's your testimony.
As I remember it, yeah.
So I'm going to show you States 44 here.
Play view.
Up. This is States 44. This person right here, standing right here with the dark pants and the shirt, is that you? Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that you? Out of the car?
Yes.
So you're in front of the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point we see Tyler DeSilva get out of the car and walk next to you, right?
Yes.
So your testimony is as Jack's driving up the street, he tosses you the knife at this point?
Yes, and you can see at one point he stopped.
Everything after yes.
Pause for yes or no answer. I'm going to strike everything after yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, so please make notation accordingly.
And by the way, when Jack gives you the knife, do you catch it?
No.
Does it fall?
It fell.
It fell. Okay.
Yes.
Play.
That's when it falls.
Stop. Stop. So thank you. So we didn't see you bend down to pick anything up, correct?
I bent down to pick it up when I was.
Strike everything after no.
Court is going to strike. The witness's response after no.
So at this point in time, in States 44, you're in possession of the knife at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Stop. Now these are the kids from 43 Laurel Glen that just ran down towards you, right?
Yes.
When they came down the street, did they have any weapons on them?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
But you didn't see any weapons, right?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
They didn't have any weapons on them, right?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
So you didn't see any weapons on them that night, right?
I didn't look. How would I?
So at this point in time, there's no fighting going on down there, right?
No.
And after this video stops, no fight occurs down this end of the street, right?
As they ran down, we said...
Yes or no answer. No fight happens after this video stops, right? No physical altercation happens down this end of the street, correct?
No.
Right. So, you have the knife. You don't see anybody else with a weapon. Jack drives off. Mackenzie's down the other end of the street, right? She's at the corner of farmhouse in Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And Dimitri, Will, and Keenan are still in the car as the car drives away, right?
Yes.
So when Jack gave you the knife, they were in the vicinity of seeing that happen, correct?
They were in the car.
Right. Can you play the second one? So again, this is a different angle, right? Mackenzie's walking down the street, and this is you out here, just above this bush on the right side. And here comes Tyler walking to your right, right? So car drives away. You have the knife at this point, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich runs up to you, right? Is that Tyler Rich that ran up the street, do you recall?
I saw like two kids run past.
Do you recall them throwing something at the car?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
No.
Stop. So at some point, do you recall who ran down the street?
Like in total?
No, I'm asking first if you were familiar with anybody who ran down the street at that point.
Yes.
Ricky Fiola, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Ty Wood?
Yes.
Did he run down the street?
I can't remember seeing him.
Charlie Connery, are you familiar with him?
No.
You're not familiar with him. Do you know? So you don't know that the person that testified for the state as our last witness, you can't recall if he ran down the street?
No, I didn't see him.
But there were about 7 kids that ran down the street, right?
I don't know exactly how many.
Or was there more than 7 or less than 7?
I'm not sure.
You would agree with me there was more than 3 kids, right? Clearly in the video there's more than 3 kids from the Shelton party?
Yes.
Right? And would you also agree with me that after this particular part of the video ends, there's a whole interaction that happens down the end of the street that's not captured on video, right?
Yes.
And that interaction that's happening is you having the knife, right?
Yeah, it's in my pocket.
You have this interaction with Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, he sprays me with
And he sprays you with the WD-40, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, shortly after that happens, Ricky Fiola comes and talks to you, right?
Like right after, yes.
Right. Because in your words, you indicated that he came up to me, talked to me, made me feel better about the situation, right? Because you had just gotten sprayed, right?
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, between the time you were in the car when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, up until the time where you spoke to Ricky Fiola, the people at that party indicated to you they didn't want you at the house. You were supposed to leave, right?
I guess so, yeah.
So when you spoke to Ricky, not what he said, but during your conversation, pretty much said you should not be here, you should leave, right?
No.
So he actually said you should stay?
He was talking bad about Tyler Rich.
Right. And then he said you guys should probably just leave, right?
No, he never said that.
He never said that. He said probably you should just hang out in the corner and, figure it out, right?
I can tell you what he said.
Well, I don't want to know what he said. But the reality is, the conversation you had with Ricky Fiola was, hey, I was really messed up that he sprayed you with WD-40, but look, there's a lot of us and there's only a few of you guys. This is not smart. You probably should just leave. Are you saying that conversation didn't happen?
That's not what he said.
Okay. So, but nevertheless, these 3, 4, or 5 kids that run down the street, including Tyler Rich, they do not engage you in a physical altercation down the street, correct?
Just sprayed me with WD-40.
And walked away then, right?
Yeah.
He walked back to his house, right?
Yes.
And when he walked back to his house, you guys stayed down the street for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And so your testimony today is you were never told to leave the area?
I've never heard anybody say that. Ricky Fiola 100% didn't say that.
And at that point, you said on direct examination, you were scared and confused, right?
Yes.
Terrified about the group of people that were down the road, right?
Just everything.
And you were scared even when the people walked down the street, right? When they came down the street towards Farmhouse Road, that scared you?
When they were running at us, yes.
You were panicked?
Yeah.
You were concerned?
Yes.
You had your phone on you at that point, right?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, right. So, at any point between the time you got out of the car and the time the kids ran down the street, you never called for somebody to give you a ride home, right?
No, Mackenzie's sister was going to give me a ride.
And you never called for an Uber, right? To bring you out of that situation, right?
Mackenzie's sister was going to give me a ride home.
And you never called for a lift, right? Because Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick you up?
Yes.
So, Mackenzie's sister was going to pick you up at the corner of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
You knew that because you had a conversation with Mackenzie about getting a ride home.
Yes.
Because on direct examination, you indicated that you walked over to Mackenzie and said, hey, listen, can I get a ride home? I don't want to be here anymore, right?
I don't remember my exact words, but I remember asking her for a ride.
Because you were concerned.
Yes.
You wanted to get out of that situation.
Yeah.
Mackenzie had her head down, right?
Yes.
She was on her phone. Safe to say she wasn't paying attention to things going on around her?
Yes.
Isn't it true Mackenzie was mad at you at that point because she didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house and you didn't stick up for her?
No, she initially started crying and got upset when they were hitting the car.
And by the way, the state called 25 witnesses in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were here for all 25 of those witnesses, right?
Yes.
And the story you're telling us today is the first time we've heard this story, right?
I was never asked by anybody to tell me
I'm
some of the
going
story.
to move to strike as non-responsive.
So the court's going to go ahead and strike the witness's response to the question as being non-responsive. Call for a yes or no.
So this is the first time we're hearing this story, correct?
Yes.
And Mackenzie knew a lot of those kids at that house, right? You knew that.
Yes.
And she didn't want to be there, right?
After they started hitting the car, they started crying.
Right. And at some point in time after this video ends, Will gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And Keenan gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And Dimitri gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, they sit down at the corner because they're waiting for a ride, right?
I remember them sitting around Mackenzie at one point.
But you were not under the impression that they were also waiting for Mackenzie's sister?
The only person I knew that was waiting for a ride, definitely was Will Singemore because he was calling his girlfriend.
Because his girlfriend, Carolyn Takis, was coming to get him, right?
Yes.
Right. So, as far as you were concerned, Carolyn was coming to get Will, and Dimitri and Keenan had no ride home at that point? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But nevertheless, Will, Keenan, Dimitri, and Mackenzie don't get back in the car with Jack at some point, right?
Can you say that again?
At some point in time, Jack, you, and De Silva get in the car and go back down to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
Right. But when that happens, Will doesn't get in the car, right?
Nobody else gets in the car.
Right. Mackenzie doesn't get in the car, right?
Nobody else got.
Dimitri doesn't get in the car, right? And neither does Keenan, right? Because they didn't want to get involved with what was going to happen, right?
Because they were asked not to.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive. Ask that he answer in a yes or no.
We'll go ahead and strike witness's last response to the question called for a yes or no answer. Please remove it from the meeting.
So they didn't get in the car because they didn't want to be involved with what was going to happen, correct?
No.
And at some point in time, you indicate that you say Tyler's your best friend, right? Growing up, you met him since 8 years old?
Yes.
And Jack was only just an acquaintance from St. Joe's, right? You weren't really friends with him?
Not as close as Tyler.
Right. But you all hung out, right?
Yes.
And you all would go to parties together on the weekends, right?
Yes.
You guys were football buddies, right?
Yeah, we all played football. Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't uncommon for Jack to pick you and Tyler up and go to a party, right?
He was always the one that drove.
He was always the one that drove, right? And when you guys are in school, you guys would always hang out and talk, right?
At football practice, not really.
At football. So you didn't associate with Jack in school, just in football practice?
We never had any of the same classes.
Okay. So you never saw him in the hallway and said, "Hey, Jack, what's up?" So you associated with him, right? But Jack was always the one that drove you guys. It wasn't Tyler, right?
Not always, but if we were going out with Jack, he was driving.
But you went out with him a lot, is the point, right? Whenever you would go out, it would be you, Tyler, and Jack, right?
No.
No? Even though Jack always drove? Majority of the time?
Jack always drove when we went out with him.
Okay, but you didn't go out with him a lot? That's what you're saying now? Okay. So at some point in time, there's a conversation. You say on direct examination, there's a conversation between Jack and Tyler in this area, right? You don't know what the conversation's about?
It was something.
I don't want to know what it was about. Do you know what it was about, or yes or no?
Somewhat, yes.
You know somewhat what it was about. So, and based on that information, you were still scared.
Yes.
And you were still concerned. And you were still worried about what could happen.
Yes.
And at some point in time, Jack gets in the car.
Yes.
Tyler gets in the car.
Yes.
And you get in the car.
Yes.
And you're still concerned.
Yes.
Right? And you go back down to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
Because you're still concerned. Right?
Best friend was going. I was going with.
Non-responsive. I would ask them, that should be stricken.
It's going to strike the witness's response as non-responsive. Call for a yes or no. Thank you.
So, at some point in time, you get in the car with Jack and Tyler, correct?
Yes.
And you are going to go back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
And you're going to go and talk to some kids that had just damaged the car, right?
Yes.
Threw stuff at the car, right?
Yes.
Bounced on the car, right?
Yes.
Almost withdrawn. Did these things for about a 30 to 40 second period, right? When you were initially in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't know how long it was.
Was it fast? Was it fast interaction or was it slow interaction?
I can't remember.
But nevertheless, these are the kids that damaged the car, right?
Yes.
And you were going back to talk to them, right?
Yes.
These are the same kids, right, that you said you were very concerned about.
Yes.
You were very worried about.
Yes.
You were panicking when this was going on, right?
Yes.
But you went back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
You could have stayed at the corner of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen and waited for Mackenzie's sister to pick you up, right?
Looking back, that's what we should have done.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
We'll go ahead and strike the witness's response as non-responsive. Question called for a yes or no answer.
You could have stayed at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't do that, did you?
No.
And you got back in that car with the knife.
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination you were scared to get back in the car, right?
Yes.
But you did it anyway.
Yes.
And you didn't have to go back to that house, did you? So you get back to the house, right? And you get out of the car, right?
Yes.
It's 52. I may approach the witness, Your Honor. And Jack drives the car and stops the car right about here on States 52 in front of his mailbox, right? Is that in the middle of the road? Right. There's a car. Right, there's a car parked here, right? Yeah. He stops right about here, right?
No, it was really close.
How close to the car? Did you open the door?
I wasn't on that side.
Right, but you were on that side at one point then, like, weren't you? Yes. So you could open the door, right?
Yes.
Right. So the car was closer to the center of the road, right?
Yes.
And Tyler gets out of the front passenger seat, right? He walks around the car and onto the grass, right?
Yes.
You saw this, right?
Yes.
You got out of the rear passenger seat on Jack's side, right?
Yes.
And you walk around the car, and you never lost sight of Tyler, correct?
Yes.
So you looked at him over the SUV, right? That's what your testimony is?
No, I went around.
You went around the SUV, because you just said that you didn't lose sight of him. So you looked over the SUV to see where Tyler was, right? So my point is, you didn't see him in there, right? You just walked around the car, then you made contact with Tyler again, right?
Yes.
Right. And Tyler was on the left. Tyler was in this area at some point, on the left, right? You were on the right.
I met him on the grass.
You met him here?
No, a little in front of him. Like right where the curve is.
Right here.
Yeah. One to the left. Okay.
So you were on the left. And Tyler was on the left, you were on the right, right?
Yes.
You walked up together, right?
Yes.
And when you initially got there were like 10 people in the yard, right?
I can't remember exactly how many. We were first approached by Lily Lombardi.
You indicated on direct examination there were people in the yard, right?
Yes.
You said 10 people at first in the back, correct?
Around there?
They were far back, right?
Yeah.
Close to where that little hole is in the where they came out of?
It was really dark.
It was really dark, you couldn't see, right?
And you didn't recognize anybody at that point, right?
They were too far away.
And you had the knife in your pocket when you got out, right?
Yes.
When people started coming out of the house, were there girls that came out of the house also?
The first person we spoke to was a girl. Before all those people came.
Was there more than one girl at the house? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
Well, Lily Lombardi, right? Taylor Capella was there.
I didn't see her.
Do you know Taylor Capella?
No.
Are you saying there was only one girl at the party that night?
I'm saying I only saw and spoke to one girl.
You only spoke to one girl, but you don't know if there were other girls later on in the evening that were outside watching, right? There could have been. You just don't know. And you said at some point 30 kids come out, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
We were approached by Rich and everybody else. There were 30 people, right?
No, at first it was around 30 people, and then everybody came out.
And how many of those people were girls?
I didn't see any girls.
You didn't see any girls? So there could have been girls in the back, you just don't know.
Yeah.
And when they came out, you recognized only Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
And you had your conversation with Tyler Rich. So you just stood there?
Yeah.
And Ryan Hines approached you?
Yeah.
And you had a conversation with Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And that was the kid that you had pushed in the head, according to your testimony earlier that night at Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
And you were next to Tyler when this was happening?
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination there were a wall of people at some point in front of you, right?
Yes.
Right? And initially it was, De Silva was talking about 10 people. You said that on direct, remember that?
Like there was, all of them were all together, but he was directly talking.
So it was like a line of people. It was you, this is Tyler, this is you, and there's a line of people in front of you, right? And there's about 10 people? Giant group of people. And when you're talking to these people, you're asking where Aiden King is, right?
I asked Ryan Hines, I was like, where's Aiden King? That's my boy.
That's your what?
My boy, like my friend.
That's your friend?
Yeah.
You heard Aiden King testify in this case, right?
Yes.
You heard him testify that you said tell the people get away from the car, I'm going to smash a bottle on somebody's head, right?
Yeah, he said that.
And you indicated on direct examination that you were speaking with 4 to 5 people, right?
Yeah.
You were speaking with Ryan Hines?
Yeah.
Ty Wood? You remember Ty Wood? Do you know who Ty Wood is? You know who Ty Wood is? You don't recall seeing him there that night?
I was mainly talking with Ryan Hines.
And Faison Teal was close by at this point?
I believe so, yes.
And so at some point, were there other people that you recognized there at the time besides Ty Wood, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich?
There was a giant group of people. There were so many faces.
But you don't know everybody that was there?
No.
And the knife was in your pocket at this point?
Yes.
And the people you were talking with didn't have any weapons on them, right?
Not that I saw, no.
Right. And you were getting nervous?
Yes.
And you recall at some point, so at the end of your testimony yesterday on direct examination, you indicated that there were 4 to 5 people that you were speaking with, but then today when you started testifying, you indicated there was 20 to 25 people just on you. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Right. So was it 4 to 5 people or 20 to 25 people?
They were all together. It's not like it was only 4 who came up and talked to us. Or they were all together.
And when you're walking up to Tyler Rich's house, they're telling you to leave the property, right?
No.
And when you're walking up to Tyler Rich's house, you see the kids start coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you could have turned around and went back to the car, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do that, right? And at some point, you indicated there were people everywhere, right? And people were saying stuff, right? It was aggressive. People were arguing. You were arguing back. Tyler was arguing back. And you indicated you were smaller at the time, right? Much smaller than you are today?
Yes.
Right? But you felt like you were okay at that point because you had a knife on you, right?
No.
So you approached kids that had just thrown stuff at the car, right?
Yes.
That had dented the car, right?
Yes.
That had jumped and bounced and rocked the car, right?
Yes.
And you were panicked because of it, and you were worried, and you approached these kids at that point at Tyler's house with a knife in your pocket, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you make a move towards Ty Wood, correct? You flinch like you're going to hit somebody, right? And when that happens, you get punched by Tyler Rich, right?
I stuck my hand up for somebody to shake hands with.
I would move to strike as non-responsive.
Court's going to strike the portion of the witness's response after no. Okay, so anything after no to the question, please strike from your notes. That's not to be considered evidence.
And at some point you get hit in the head, right? On the left side of your head, right? And you don't know who punched you, do you? You know now who punched you, right? But at the time you did not know who punched you, right? Isn't it true that you thought you got hit in the head with a bottle at that point?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bottle, right?
I don't know.
Right. And you indicated on direct examination at that point everything went black. How long would you say it went black for?
It's impossible to tell. I have no idea.
You have no idea how so maybe it was like 2 seconds?
Or longer.
Or longer? How long? How long?
There's no way to tell.
No way to tell. And your face was in the ground.
Yeah.
And all you saw were people hitting and kicking you, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't see any weapons, right?
No, I just saw the ground.
And the knife was in your pocket.
Yeah.
Right. And at some point, people were yelling, right?
They were yelling, yeah.
And people were, you couldn't see, but people were all around you. That was your testimony on direct, right? People were all around you, but you couldn't see. So how were you able to see if people were all around you if your head was in the ground?
Before they hit me, they started like circling me.
But when you were in the ground and you were in the fetal position, you couldn't see who was around you, right?
No, I just felt
You couldn't tell if there was one person engaging you, right?
it was way more than one.
Could you tell if it was one person that was engaging you at that point?
It was way more than
Do
one.
you have eyes in the back of your head?
I can feel
Do you have eyes in the back of your head?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Mr. Valle, you indicated on direct examination that your head was in the ground, right?
Yes.
And you were down on the ground looking at the ground, right?
Yes.
And when your head is down on the ground, could you tell if there were two people engaging you?
I could tell there was way more than two.
Could you tell if there was one person engaging you?
I could tell there was way more than one.
Could you tell if there were three people?
I could tell there was way more than.
Could you tell if there were four people?
I could tell there was way more.
How many people did you see? How many people did you see engage you when you were on the ground looking at the ground?
I just felt stuff coming from everywhere.
So you couldn't tell how many, correct?
Yes.
And you still had the knife on you at that point.
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination that you lost consciousness. How long would you say you lost consciousness for?
There's no way to tell.
There's no way to tell. So you blacked out, right?
Yeah.
And you lost consciousness, right?
That was at the same time.
That was at the same time. But you don't know how long it was. Would you agree with me that the fight on the video doesn't capture the entire fight, right?
No, I'm not anywhere close to it.
The video is about 17 seconds long, right? And the fight in its entirety is probably about 25 to 30 seconds long, right?
No.
No? It's longer than that? What's it, like 5 minutes?
No.
How long would you say it was?
It's impossible to tell, especially when you're like in this situation.
45 seconds?
I felt.
It felt like an eternity, though, right? But it was about 45 seconds. You don't know how long it was. But you lost consciousness at some point during that whole altercation, right? And you don't know how long you lost consciousness for.
Yeah.
And at some point when you regained consciousness, you took the knife out of your pocket, right?
Yeah.
Now, when the knife was in your pocket, it was closed, right? So you had to take the knife out of your pocket, right? Your right pocket. You had to open the knife, right?
My other hand was covering my head.
Showing you states 95. Picture of is a replica of the knife that you had that night, correct?
I never looked at it.
You never looked at it, but it was a knife that opened in this manner, correct? You had to open the knife.
I don't even remember opening it.
You don't remember opening it. Well, was the knife opened in your right pocket when it was in your pocket?
I don't think so. No.
No. So if this was the knife, or if this is a copy of what the knife looked like, it would have been closed in your pocket, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're on the ground, you stick your right hand in your pocket, you take the knife out of your pocket, correct? And then you proceed to open the knife, right?
No, I don't remember. My other hand, I remember, was the whole time holding my head.
So you opened that knife with one hand?
Yes.
You recall doing that?
No. I don't remember opening the knife.
And when you take the knife out, you have it in your hand, your right hand, right?
Yes.
And you have it in your hand like this, in your fist.
Yes.
And the blade is up this way,
Yes.
right? And you say on direct examination you were flailing your arms. Do you remember saying that? And you indicated that you were swinging the knife, right?
Yeah.
Show you states 56. This is Ryan Hines. You remember Ryan Hines from that night?
Yeah.
This is the kid that you say you pushed at Lazy Brook and then did not slam in the head with your helmet. Remember that?
Yes.
He's got a lot of facial injuries. Would you agree?
No.
No? States 83. Would you agree, Mr. Valle, that Mr. Hines has contusions on his head correct?
I see the one on the top of his head.
You don't see the ones on the side of his head? You don't see that his nose is broken here?
That, on the side, it just looks like acne.
States 84. You see the contusion on his head?
Yes.
That wasn't caused by your helmet? Did you do that at 43 Laurel Glen?
No.
So somebody else must have done that.
Yeah, I guess.
You have the knife in your hand, and you have it in the fist, right? States 87. And you stab Ryan Hines in his chest and puncture his lung, correct?
Yes.
Like this, right?
I wasn't aiming or anything.
And you stab him in the side. States 89, right? That's not a swipe, would you agree? That's a stab wound, right?
I was flailing my arm around.
That was a stab wound, right?
I was flailing my arm around.
So you're indicating that this is a swipe?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
States 91. You were flailing your arms. He stabbed it again in the left side, correct?
Yeah.
So he stabbed 3 times, right?
Yes.
States 54, Faison Teal. You remember seeing him there that night, right?
I think so.
And you stabbed him, State 70, once in the upper extremity, in his left arm, right?
Yes.
While you were flailing your arms.
Yes.
That's about an inch or so, right? And at some point, they let you go, right?
Oh.
And when they let you go, at that point, Tommy Connery comes over, right? Because Ryan Hines is now out of it because you just stabbed him 3 times, right?
They never let go of anybody.
And Tommy Connery comes over. Remember Tommy Connery? States 55? That's Tommy Connery, right?
Yeah.
And you're down on the ground, right? You're bent over, right? No, you're not bent over.
I was on the ground.
You're on the ground. And you go after Tommy Connery, States 77, and you stab him 4 times in his leg, correct?
I didn't go after anybody.
And at some point in time, you're chased out into the street, right?
Yeah.
And you fall down. You said, according to your direct testimony, is you fall and you skin your hands on the ground.
That was after.
That was after? That was the second time, not the first time. But at some point in time, you go out into the street, right? And we see that in the video, correct?
I got thrown like towards the car.
Right. And you run back to the car, right?
Yes.
And you run back to the car and you go to get in the car, right? No one chased you to the car, correct?
Yes, they did.
They did. Okay, let's play. Play the slow.
Is this Exhibit 60?
This is Exhibit 60. I need to...
Yes, sir!
Stop it. Who's this person right here running back to the car?
Who's chasing me?
If you back it up a little bit, you see all those people, right?
No, they stopped. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Right here, right? These kids right here?
Yeah.
They're chasing you? They stopped. Right?
I didn't look backwards.
But they stopped, right? The video shows that they're stopped here at this point, right? They're not chasing you up to the car, right?
The camera turns.
Play it again. Just keep playing. That's you, right?
Yes.
And you're at the car by yourself? Stop it. Do you see any kids coming now from your left side if they're chasing you?
I didn't look that way.
But in the video, they're not chasing you, right?
I didn't look that way.
My question to you is, in the video, they're not chasing you to the car, right?
No?
No. They put it. Stop. Now, at this point, the kids are retreating back onto the property, right?
I was just looking for Tyler.
So the answer to my question is you didn't see where the kids were retreating back to that, right?
I just looked for Tyler.
But they didn't come after you at the car, right?
I just looked for Tyler. I don't know.
I would move to strike as non-responsive.
Court will strike the witness's last response.
You indicated on direct examination that you were thrown into the car. You remember testifying to that?
Yeah, I was pushed towards the car.
But the video doesn't show you being thrown into the car, does it?
I guess not.
Now, at some point in time, you say you saw Tyler back on the lawn, right?
Yeah.
You still had the knife on you at that point, right? The knife was still out in your hand, right? And you come back into the fight, right?
Yeah.
Now, Tyler's being pushed into the street at this point, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there are no Shelton kids to the right of you, right? There's a car. We can see a car right there, right?
There's kids like right.
There's kids in front of you.
To the right, yes.
But there's no kids right to the right of you. There's a car. We can see the car. If there were, we wouldn't be able to see the car, right?
That's the street.
Right. There's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a kid in front of you.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of kids right there.
Right. There's a whole bunch of kids over here we can't see. But there's nobody to the right of you, right?
There's a kid right next to him.
There's a kid here. But I'm saying, is this you right here?
Yes.
Right. To the right of you, do you see a kid or a car?
That's the street.
That's the street. And there's a car there, right?
Yeah.
So there's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a car.
There's nobody in the street.
And there's nobody to the left of you other than Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yeah.
So when you're going back in, there's just a wall like this, right?
It's like this.
Right. But you're not surrounded at that point, right?
At that point, no.
No. But you go back in and Tyler's already pushed out into the street, right?
The video. I'm on my way back as you see.
But Tyler is no longer engaged in the fight, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that. So you just blacked out and ran right back into the fold. That's your testimony today?
Being on the yard, and it was just like a shoe horse of people.
A shoe horse, but not a circle. You were not encircled, right?
Like, was there anybody behind me?
Right. There's nobody behind you.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Right. So you could have, if you chose to, but you did not. You could have left. You could have retreated, right?
No.
So you could not have left because there were people around you?
Yes.
So you just said that there was a semicircle of people on the yard. Now you're saying that you were surrounded.
It was like this.
So, semicircle, right?
Yeah.
Not a circle. A circle goes like this, right?
Yeah, I wasn't going to turn my back to that many people.
You weren't going to... I'd move to strike as non-responsive, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow the last to stand.
You indicated when you made it back to the car, you were still terrified, right?
Yeah.
You were still scared.
Yes.
You came back in anyway, right? With the knife. Right? And you ran over to the edge of the grass, right? And you passed Tyler, right?
Yes.
He passed you on your left, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that You saw Matt Lockovich,
Yes.
but you also indicated on direct you couldn't see who hit you. You said you were hit.
Yes.
You remember saying that? You couldn't see who hit you?
I remember getting hit.
But you don't know who hit you?
I don't think so, no.
Do you recall subsequent, during your direct examination, you said, Matt Lockovich hit me?
I said it could have been him.
Could have been, but you don't know who hit you. And when you were running back into the fight, you had the knife out, right?
Yes.
And people that were in front of you were defending themselves from you, weren't they?
Oh, they kept coming at me.
They kept coming at you while you had a knife out, approaching them?
I was standing still right there.
You heard Charlie Connery yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," right?
And I just heard screaming. I could have.
At the time, you don't recall hearing that during the incident, right? But on the video, you hear him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," right? And you're saying that people engaged you while you had a knife at this point in time?
Nobody backed up.
Nobody backed up, but nobody attacked you.
They were stepping forward, and somebody ended up hitting me.
And you couldn't see who hit you.
Oh.
And you couldn't see if anybody had a weapon on them at that point, right? And at some point, you indicate that you turned around, well, let's run. At some point in time, you turned, right, to run back to the car, right?
Yeah.
But when you're turning to run back to the car, you see Jimmy McGrath and you stab him in the chest, correct?
No. I would never do
Have you
it.
seen the autopsy photos, sir?
Yes.
Did you see where his injuries happened? In his upper left chest? Are you saying you did not stab Jimmy McGrath in the heart?
I didn't land.
Move to strike is non-responsive.
Total strike, everything after. I'm not sure we got a response, so I will strike the response.
Isn't it true? You just testified that I didn't want to turn my back on these people, right?
Yes.
But you turned your back on these people when you were trying to get out of there, right?
I was facing backwards.
So you were facing backwards. So you're facing the group, and are you backing up like this?
No, I was standing there.
Right. You're not backing up, right?
I got hit.
Right. You're not backing up. And as a matter of fact, this is Jimmy McGrath on the left here, right?
Yes.
And he doesn't have a weapon on him, does he? And he's not engaging you, is he?
Stepping forward.
He's stepping forward?
They all stepped forward.
But he doesn't have a weapon on him, does he?
Not that I saw, no.
And it would be unfair for somebody who doesn't have a weapon to be stabbed by somebody who does, right?
I didn't try to stab anybody.
But you stabbed him, didn't you?
Yes.
You turned around and stabbed Jimmy McGrath in his chest.
No.
So you didn't stab him?
I didn't see it happen. I didn't feel me stab. I didn't go up to him and stab him.
Are you saying it was somebody else that stabbed Jimmy McGrath?
I was the only one with a knife.
Correct. You were the only one with the knife. And you turned around and you stabbed Jimmy McGrath in the chest, and then you left, right?
No.
Yes. It's 4 minutes to 1.
Want to stop here?
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we are going to move into full lunch break, and we'll come back and stay to finish its cross-examination, and then we'll see if there's any redirect, okay? Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Please, again, remember the rules of fair conduct. Court stands in lunch recess until 2 p.m.
All right. Court's in recess.
All right. Well, we knew that was going to be dicey. Anytime there's cross of a defendant claiming self-defense, it's always going to be dicey. All right, let me just write this. Court is at lunch until, and it still may be a half a day. I think there's maybe another half hour of cross, and then maybe an hour of redirect. Maybe, yeah. then there'll probably be Joe Schmo to answer your question. There's probably there's going to be a recross and then probably a redirect. I could see that. He's the defendant. He's literally, this is for his life. He's battling for his life. So I can see the definitely going to be a redirect. We know that. Will there be a recross? Probably. All right, so let's get through his cross. So what's his name? Mark Durso. Mark Durso came out blazing, right? As you knew it. I mean, he's 19 years old. He was 16 at the time. It's always like, but the state's like, you're a murderer. I mean, you're not cold-blooded, but you still did stab somebody. He stabbed four people, and one of them's gone. So he did calm down a little bit, but he came out pretty strong. All right, so Mr. Durso goes and shows the photo of him with the helmet. He got to the party around 9 or 10. I can pull this up here. It'll give us something more to look at. He arrived there. He was there for about an hour and a half. So then these people arrived, these people being Ryan and Griffin. Jack and Tyler didn't confront them at first. So Madeline didn't want anyone new coming in. And he says no. So the state definitely is asking him to say yes or no when the state wants him to answer yes or no, but then the state lets him continue on when the state wants him to continue on. So as it's cross. That's just the way it is, right? It's just the way it is. So how long were Ryan and Griffin there before you got involved? He said a couple of minutes. He's the one that said, you can come in if you give me a beer. Ryan didn't give him a beer. Ryan said that he did give them a beer. So it got heated. They went outside. It said there was only about 10 people. He has no clue who was outside. Jack and Ryan square off. He says that Ryan stepped on him. So he says he pushed him. I think that video is pretty clear. That video does show him punching him. That's what I saw. He's saying that's a push. I mean, is that a push or is that I don't know. See, that's where it's like, yeah, that doesn't play well. That unfortunately doesn't play well. I think it was a punch. I'm sure the jury's going to think that that's a punch. Why not just say, yeah, I threw a punch instead of I pushed him? But anyway, he's saying he remembers pushing him. State kept saying non-responsive because Raul would go into further. He's like, well, no, I did that, but. And then, nope, no response. Or, yeah, I did that, but. He says he didn't slam the helmet on Ryan. I didn't see that. I've watched this video now, however many times they've showed it, 10 times. I didn't see him take off his helmet and slam it. I saw him maybe headbutting because somebody did say headbutt. There was a witness that said headbutt. Let's see. A foot or two from the headbutt, and then. So, who said that? So Emily Robinson, she was the 8th witness. She said it was a headbutt. She said Raul just kind of dive bombed Ryan, who was on the ground. She's the one that said headbutt. I can see it more as a headbutt. I don't see him taking it off and swinging it. I see it as a headbutt. And again, Ryan's head would be, I think, more damaged if he truly got smashed in the head. But hey, he says he's on the ground, and he says that Raul took off his helmet. How he saw that, I don't know. And he got hit in the back of the head. So who are you going to believe? Somebody who's on the ground with somebody from behind them hitting them, or somebody who's a bystander seeing it? So I'm going to go on that case. On that one, I'm going to go with the girl who did not see Raul take the helmet off. She said she saw him headbutt. That makes more sense to me. All right. So the state's like, so you're saying the video is lying, and then there's no response from that. Actually, he does not make a response. So then we get into the group chat. Anthony Greco added him, and then he's showing him this group chat. Durso's showing him this group chat. I'm like, why is this not in evidence? Why is this not into evidence? I wish it was in evidence, but it's not in evidence. We have yet to see the group chat. I haven't seen it. If you guys have seen the group chat, I have not seen the group chat. So around 11:10, he was added, and Durso is like waving this group chat around like it's evidence. We've never seen it, so I'm a little confused as to that. So he says it's his name, Lito, but there's no number to it. So that happens a couple times, where he's like, we're here, it's Lito, we're here. So that's kind of interesting that he's seeing that it's his name. Oh wait, wait, what did I say? Sorry, I lost it has his name, Lito, but there's no number attached to it. So that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. Maybe the defense can rehabilitate that and say, well, is this your number? He'll be like, yeah, no. So somebody was impersonating him or had another name, Lito? I don't know. Anyway. So he said he knew, so he goes back. Well, actually, they get to the house. He sees Aiden, Ricky, and Nikki DeJesus, Ricky Fiola, and Aiden King. He says somebody punched Jack in the face. That's when they're first there. Okay, that was stricken. So that was stricken. So he says somebody punched Jack in the face. So that was stricken. They didn't let that in. People were hitting the car on all sides. There was no way to get out. He remembers his girlfriend crying, telling Jack to drive. Jack drives down the street. So this is when Mackenzie gets out. He says this is where Jack throws him the knife. So we see that ring video and we see everybody get out and Jack drives down the street and then these kids come running up. So he has the knife. He says that's when Tyler Rich sprayed him with the WD-40. Tyler Rich did say he sprayed him, but he says he came running out at him out of these bushes. So Tyler does say he got sprayed. He said Ricky Fiola talked to him. He said it made him feel better. Ricky didn't tell him to leave. He says 100% he did not say that. So Mackenzie's sister was coming, so he said there was no need to call for another ride. He didn't want to go with Jack. Let's see. He got back in the car. They went back to Tyler's house. He wanted to talk to the kids. So he gets out of the rear passenger seat. He walks around the car. He says Lily Lombardi was the first to make contact. He had the knife in his pocket when he got out. He recognized Tyler Rich. He recognized Tyler Rich. So Ryan approached him and they started to talk. He said he was asking Ryan, hey, where's Aiden King? That's my boy. That's my friend. So remember Ryan was saying he had this shirt up over his head. He's like, where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? So again, there's truth in between. I don't believe he got out of the car and he's like, where's Aiden King with the shirt up over his head? I'm sorry, Ryan. I don't know. That just seems a little stretch of the imagination. Because Tyler was saying he didn't do that either. Raul was saying he didn't do that. He may have. Ryan, I don't know. It's going to be a he said on that situation, but that does seem a little out there. But again, I wasn't there, so I don't know. That was your testimony, so we'll take it on that. He said he heard Aiden testify about get away from the car or I'll smash the bottle on your head. He did not say that. He said he could have left, but he didn't. So one of the reasons he didn't left, and we're asking that because Tyler was his friend, right? Tyler was his friend, and Tyler and Jack wanted to go back. He said he didn't feel okay because he had the knife. He said he got hit. Everything went black. It's hard to tell how long it was. He couldn't tell how many people were engaging with him. How many did he see? Couldn't tell. He was asked if he has eyes in the back of his head. Video doesn't capture the entire fight. He said he took the pocket out of his knife. And Fala, you said that you have a knife just like that. It's like spring-loaded. It's got a little button. So you don't need, it's not like an old-fashioned or a pocket knife nowadays. So it's just a spring. It's like a switchblade, basically. So he said he still had the knife, and then he said he lost consciousness too. So he admits to stabbing Ryan, but he says he wasn't aiming. See, now that to me, would that be self-defense for you guys? Is that considered self-defense when he's on the ground and he's getting punched and punched and punched? He pulls the knife out and he just starts doing this. Is that self-defense because he's not, or is that premeditation because it only takes a second to make premeditation? I see that as self-defense if his testimony is true, if he's truly on the ground. And Tommy said that he was, Ryan said he was on the ground. So then that is self-defense. So he might get away with the assaults, but the murder he might not. I don't know. We'll see. He said after he heard he's got a knife, nobody backed up. They were stepping forward. He said he got hit. He said he didn't try to stab Jimmy. He said he didn't go up to Jimmy on purpose. So out of 218 votes, do you think this was premeditated? 66% of you said no, and 33% of you said yes. So it's going to be interesting for the jury. I think they're going to deliberate for a while. I don't think this is going to be a quick deliberation. But Kelly says he was answering on the group text all at the same time as admitting to what he replied. Then all of a sudden he didn't reply to other messages. Was a 10-minute chat back and forth. He was drunk, don't remember. Jojo says he keeps going back unnecessarily. Sir One Times Life says most of the kids were drunk at the time, so how were they recalling everything that helped the DA? Father, it doesn't just fly up. It doesn't just fly up, but if your hand is big enough, you can push the blade up. Okay, so it's not like on a button, or a switchblade, like you do that, you flick it. LW350, he had to know he was stabbing people. It takes thought. So if he's on the ground getting punched and kicked and he just starts flailing away, is that self-defense or is that still premeditation? What do you think, LW? Davida says, Griffin said he removed his helmet and slapped it down, but I never see him remove the helmet. Oh, was it Griffin that said that? Let me see. That was Griffin's testimony? Let me go back to that. Yeah, because Griffin was, you're right, I think it was Griffin. Griffin was number 6. Griffin was 6. Okay, so it was Griffin that said it, right? You're saying? Took his helmet, hit Hines twice. All right, so yeah, so it was Griffin. You're right, it was Griffin. Thank you, Pammy. Appreciate that. Wait, let me pull that up. Where are you? There you are. Best squeak cap in the land. Thank you. Appreciate that, Pammy. Thank you so much, Pammy, for that. And I answered that as Trial TV Live. Ha! That'll confuse you even more. All right, let's get back to live. All right, let me pause that there. Danielle, why does he keep looking at the right? Well, the jury is there. Well, it's our right, his left. So the jury's seated over there, but there's also some demonstratives there. So he might be looking at the jury. Sometimes I think he's looking at the jury. Sometimes I think he's looking at, they have pictures of Laurel Glen. They've got some pictures over there. So I think he's doing a little bit of both. I think he is looking at the jury at times because the jury is right there. But then other times he's looking at demonstratives. All right. State of confusion, maybe, but kids were all around him, even leaning over him. It happened so fast, I can't see how he would have been able to purposely land a cut to anyone. Sharon says it's not premeditated. Dan says, bunch of 16-year-old dudes going out on Saturday to drink. And it never ends up. Jeff Shade, 719. The state doesn't explain why the Shelton kids ran up the street chasing them. They are not on the property. That is true. That is true. They are off the property. Dan, thank you so much. You sent it. Oh, are you kidding? This is awesome. Look at that. Dan, not only did you send yourself, but I got to take a screenshot of that. That's like a 1. Good job, Dan. That's I've never seen that happen. You gifted yourself, or are there 2 Dan Smiths? That's pretty wild. Davida says maybe Raul mistook Jimmy as one of his attackers. Yeah, I mean, it's confusion. It's chaotic. Everybody was saying it was chaotic. It doesn't negate what happened, and I'm not at all justifying what he did. I'm just trying to get in his mind. Thank you, Pammy. Love you. Yeah, I'm just trying to get in his mind. Like, that's why I would love to hear. I wish the defense would have called in a psychiatrist. I wish they had sprung for a psychiatrist or a psychologist or somebody to say what was his state of mind. His state of mind was he was in fear for his life. He was this, he was that. All right. The squeegee of justice. Exactly. You can push it open till it clicks. My words aren't making sense. But no, not a spring-loaded automatic. Open to full. Yes, Dan, you just gifted yourself. That's pretty freaking wild. Dan gifted himself. Let's see. State of Confusion says, I think he was flailing because no one backed off. Gail says, I live like 20 minutes away. Would love to go to court. Gail, if you go there, please contact us. You can call in. I've got a phone you can call in, info@trialtvlive.com. If you get there, and you can definitely get there, and you can call in and tell us. We've had that happen. Hey, Mona's done that. Deanna's done that. We've had people go to live trials and then call in afterwards. Dan Smith, I'm old, folks. I have no clue. Nice. Momo Shark, thank you for the recap. Thank you, Momo. Did you mention when he stabbed the last kid? Yeah, that would be Jimmy. Yes, we're just now getting to that. Ashley, break is over in 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Saturday is God's Sabbath. A bunch of drunk kids decided to rumble. Parents who don't bother parenting or think this crap is a rite of passage. I know. Terrible, right? What the Healer? Hey, everyone. Just catching up. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you. All right. I saw Irish Amy posted something. Wait, hold on. Let me get to Irish Amy. There we go. Oh, it was a universe rewarding generosity. Ah, that's nice. Did you change your profile picture too? You guys are all, our mods are changing their profile picture on me. I can't keep up with you guys. Capri Law did it earlier. Let me see. Irish Amy, did you just, you may have done it a while ago and I didn't see it. Oh, nice. All right. Our mods are changing their profile pictures on me. Funk says, maybe Mackenzie being mad at Raul for not standing up for her made Raul more cognizant of standing up for his friends. That's what I thought as well. I think that had something to play into it. I was kind of touched upon that yesterday. I think that had something. He's 16 years old. His girlfriend's, mad at him. She's saying, hey, you didn't stand up for me. I think that played into it. I think that did. Young Black Economist. Yes, that's true. Parents fail to follow the law. I don't care much about parent style if it's within the law. Davida, yes, it was Griffin that said that. Yes, as we found out. All right. Sinbad, you need to change your profile picture. You've had yours for over a year. So have I. I created mine a year ago. And Irish Amy says, yes, you did. Irish Amy, last one was for Pride Month, so felt like a change for July. Sounds good. Lou says, I also never seen an attorney object so much during their own questioning. Well, he's being non-responsive because he's asking yes and no questions, even though he's saying yes or Durso's not saying you did this, yes or no. He's just saying you did this, and then Raul says yes, I did, but, and then he's like non-responsive. So it's a tactic. It's definitely a tactic. Hey, Evil Queen, good to see you. Carol, I'm sure they all wish they could take that day back and have a redo. 100%. Oh, there's no way not. No one wants this. No one wants this. This is not. He's not a cold-blooded killer. He's not. There's no way. There's no way. Princess. Oh, wait, hold on. That's how the prosecution works. Judy M says, Princess Mish just came across your live stream and subbed. Enjoyed the chat. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Aussie says, I've had my picture for about 15 years. Yeah, no worries. Lou says, I personally think Durso's approach will turn the jury off. It's interesting, it's interesting. Jag says, I do not think Mackenzie was on his mind at the moment. I don't think at the moment, Jag. I think when he's back when they're down the street and they're saying, hey, come back. I think maybe that's when it played in. I think that's when it played into it. He said he said he wanted to go back with his friend, Tyler, because he was like a brother. But I think maybe subconsciously it was playing. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it was a conscious, oh my God, I got to go back and do this for my girlfriend. No, I think it might have been a subconscious thing. There's Joanne Jedi Platypus. Good afternoon to you. Thank you. Evil Queen says, keeping up with so many different things and every rewatch of late night things, I miss the daytime on your channels. No problem. Just appreciate you being with us. Good day, everybody. Widespread Panic says, I think he was focused on winning the fight, not much else. Yeah, I think at that moment, I'm just talking about well beforehand. I think it had a little bit of play. That's all I'm saying. I guess I'm projecting myself onto him because I'm thinking if I was 16 and there was a girl that I had been dating for 3 months and she was pissed off at me and because I didn't stand up to her, I'd be like, well, I'm going to be your knight in shining armor and I'm going to go do this, you know. I'm just saying that was me, and that may have been maybe 0.1%. Janet, anyone know the verdict in the missing boyfriend trial? We do. We're not following that trial, so Janet, I cannot answer that question. Dan, now that you are a member, I think he did not want to look chicken to other males. Yeah, don't forget, he said when they were at Trumbull High that some of the kids were razzing Tyler because he lost. So there was some razzing going on. I'm a romantic, I know. I am unfortunately a romantic. Gets me into trouble. But thank you for that. Unheard of Jason. Does anyone else think they should have lower charges to consider? Yeah, I think well, not all of us, but there are people in the chat, and myself included. I think there should be a lesser included. But I guess the lesser included would be, I guess the first one would be self-defense. We're going to have to hear from jury. We'll just have to hear from the judge for jury instructions. I'm going to hold off for jury instructions before I answer that. So, Kevin says, possibly the defendant having a bona fide anger management issues. Yeah, could be. Absolutely. Capri says he was guilty. So Capri, I guess you're answering the question about the boyfriend one. Ken says, appreciate y'all in chat. Cases involving kids can be tough. Thank you, Ken. Ken and Capri, thank you guys. Cal says, Connecticut doesn't have lesser included. I hear you. Yep. They were razzing Jack. I'm sorry, Bubbaloo. Was it Jack? Oh, yeah. He was in the fight. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, Jack was in the fight with Ryan. Thank you. Yep, you are right. You are correct about that. So Sharon says, I think he was thinking of surviving the fight. Yeah, 100% during the fight for sure. Sinbad, testosterone, alcohol, dumb, young. Yep, all the above. All right, guys, I'm going to grab a quick bite. I'm going to put on some kitty cam, but I'm not going to do it right now, but I'm going to go grab some food and put some music on for you guys, and also get kitty cam on. Let me get my music situated here. All right. Let's put it on here. All right. I'll see you guys in like 20 minutes or so.
hands up my jeans, team froze chillin'. Walk through must get dizzy. I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney. Yo, bitch with me, nah boy, she ain't missing. Hold up, who you dissing? I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
right. Welcome back. We are expecting court to come back soon. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Take that off for now. How's everybody doing out there? Terry asks, do you happen to have all the 25 people's videos of who testifies? Yes, Terry, they are in we have a playlist. So if you go to our channel, Terry, and go under the search function, you'll see day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you'll see all the testimonies. So you'll find them. You'll find the testimonies there. Are you looking for a particular person? If you're looking for a particular person, let me know. Lacey, member for 5 months. 5 months, even though it says new member. But it says you're a member for 5 months. Confused about that. Your acting only works on an audience, aka MG, member for 1 month. Welcome in. Davida says, I can't make much out in those grainy videos. Yeah, I can kinda. Baka saunters back in calmly. Or dances back in. Dances in calmly. Young black economist. As soon as they can walk, they get into mischief, but it's their nature. They can't help themselves. I know. Bellatrix, member for 3 months. Rabbit ears. Sinbad, I was supposed to go to Amazon to buy a few things for hubby during break, but got hooked in watching the kitties. Sorry, Sinbad. Don't blame it on us. Don't blame us. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll put hold on. Let me put pin Raul's name again. All right. Widespread Panic sent me something at lunch, so I want to read that, but I'll read it afterwards. Unpin that. Let me get back here. Let me put Raul, get his name back up, because he is testifying after all. Oh yeah, they think this is going to be, the defense is going to rest after this. So they're thinking it'll be a short day. Nope, I didn't want to do that. Hold on. Defense witness. There, that's what I wanted to do. Judge Murphy was saying this was going to be a half a day. Okay, so they're off. So no rebuttal, but that could change. So they're going to be off tomorrow. We have Stefan Stearns tomorrow with Jules. And then possibly Kohlberger. We might cover Kohlberger. We haven't covered Kohlberger at all. But if there's something tomorrow and we don't have anything to do, we'll cover Kohlberger. Why not? So tomorrow's going to be Stefan Stearns and Kohlberger. Hopefully Jules will join us for both of those. And so they're off. They're off tomorrow. They're back on Thursday. Then they're off, obviously, on the 4th. It's here in the United States. It is the July 4th, Independence Day. All right. Patina Treasures and Things. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Gina, always good to see you with your Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. I love it. Kittens decided that's enough of that. Yeah, right. Jojo asks, wondering why Raul did not get mom to take him to the hospital if ribs were hurting that night. Good question. Lacey just popped in. Give you a like. Thank you. Appreciate that. Bob Buckner, I just can't get past the fact they were both out of the fight and he went back in with a knife. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough one for the jury to deal with. Danielle says, have ever heard of a trial with no defense witnesses? Lori Daybell did too. She did Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. She didn't call a single defense So this is his defense. I would have loved to hear from somebody who could get into his mind, a psychiatrist or psychologist, just to say this was his state of mind, or somebody that could have helped us understand his fear. July 4th every year, wake up, look at the local news, man blows fingers off with fireworks. Yep. Widespread panic. Do they make veggie pot pies? Yes, they do. I really love a veggie pot pie if I can get one. Absolutely. I used to get them all the time. I think Amy's does them. I used to buy Amy's in the grocery store. Amy does the pot pie. I'm sure, yeah. If you live anywhere near civilization, you can get a veggie pot pie, for sure. Jojo has seen a lot of trials with no defense witnesses. Cajun Bio Queen, love the kitties. Thank you. Sherry M, my son makes the best veggie pot pie. I make the dough, he makes the sauce. Yeah, Amy's for sure, widespread. And then at this point, again, if you live anywhere near civilization, you could probably go to a grocery store and get a large grocery store, not a small mom and pop. Any kind of chain grocery store, I should say. Not even going to look at that. Spit and Chips, Sean Combs didn't have one? We didn't really follow that one. I'm not really following it, so I don't know. But I'll take your word for it. Gina saying hi all. Brandon and Colby started a company together. Sinbad, what did you think of Lori's interview with Nate? Yeah, I thought it was pretty wild. And then we watched Colby as well. Narcissism through the roof. I thought Nate held her feet to the fire a couple times. She was jibbing and jabbing. Colby, when that whole thing came out about what she said about his father. And then we watched Colby afterwards, and everybody in his chat's like, Colby, get ready, get ready, get ready. I did not know that. That was news to me. But it was interesting. I'm glad he did it. I know Nate was saying half of his audience hated him for it, half of them loved him for it. I was okay that he did it. Yes, it's giving her time, but I'm also glad that he got it out of his system. I think he needed it for sure, more than maybe she needed it. I don't know. Timber and Wings Media. All right. Jojo, do you think that the direct testimony looked a little rehearsed? At times, I thought at times it did. At other times, I thought he was on. He was earnest, I guess is the word I'm looking for. I thought at times it seemed a little rehearsed. Like there was one time where the state kept asking him. He's like, I didn't do that, or I don't remember doing that. So he had like repetitive instead of like, I just don't remember. So there were at times I thought it was a little rehearsed. Yes.
Of course, back in session, the Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge.
You may be seated. Thank you. At this time, I would direct the defendant, Mr. Valle, to please retake the witness stand. I'll just remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you went to the witness stand. Thank you. In the jail.
Remind everybody in the chat, just be respectful to each other.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The jury counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, I'll direct the state to continue this cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Lito, after you stabbed Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022, you indicated on direct examination you dove towards the car. You remember that?
Yes.
And then you indicated you got into the front passenger seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And when you got in the front passenger seat of the car at that moment, Tyler DeSilva wasn't in the car at that moment, was he?
No.
Tyler got in a few moments after you, right?
Yes.
And before Tyler DeSilva gets in the car, you tell Jack, "Oh my fucking God, I just stabbed 4 kids," correct?
No. When I first got into the car, he tried to drive off, and I said, "Wait."
So you don't admit to Jack that you stabbed 4 kids?
No.
But you would agree with me that, in hindsight, you did stab 4 kids, right?
I didn't know who I stabbed, or where I stabbed him, or when.
I'm going to ask a very simple question that requires a yes or no answer. You would agree, in hindsight, that you stabbed 4 kids, correct?
I don't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed.
As you sit here today, you would agree that you stabbed 4 kids, correct?
Yes.
So at some point, Tyler gets in the car, right?
Yes.
And the car is facing, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. States 1. The car is facing Adams Drive, correct?
Yeah.
And you get in the car and Jack drives straight, correct?
Yes.
And he takes a left down Adams Drive, right?
I'm not sure.
So you were not paying attention as to where you were driving? But at some point in time, very shortly after you getting in the car stops in a cul-de-sac, right?
I don't know where it stopped.
And you get out of the car with the knife and throw it into the woods, correct?
No.
So your testimony today is that you get out of the car, you tell Jack to stop, right?
Yes.
You get out of the car, right?
Yes.
And at that moment, the one thing you were concerned about was looking at your ribs. That was your testimony on direct?
Yeah, I had a very sharp pain on my rib.
You weren't concerned with the fact that you just stabbed 4 kids at that point, right?
I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got
But you
stabbed.
recall stabbing some kids at the party, right?
I was just flailing my arm around.
So you had no idea you stabbed anybody at the house?
No.
You were just flailing back and forth like this, swiping motions.
Everything.
When you got in Jack's car, you didn't call the police at that point, did you?
No.
In fact, after you drove, when you first got to 43 Laurel Glen and you drove down the street, you didn't call the police at that point, right?
No.
And you didn't call the police when you got out of the car down the street at the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
No.
And you didn't call the police just slightly before you went back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
No.
So at some point you get back in the car after checking your ribs, right? You determined you were okay. There was nothing was going on. You used the light from inside the car, right? That's your testimony?
Yes.
You get back in the car and you drive back to where Will, Mackenzie, Dimitri, and Keenan were, right?
There was nobody
There was nobody there?
No, they were in the car.
So Mackenzie's sister was already there?
Yes.
So my point is you drove back to the area where those kids were. Your friends, right? And your girlfriend.
Yes.
And at that point, you say to Jack and Tyler, stop the car, right?
Yes.
And you say, I love you guys, I'm going with Kenzie, right?
I don't remember if I said anything. I just remember going and getting in.
And you get out of the car.
Yes.
And they take off. Tyler gets in the front seat. Do you recall Tyler getting in the front seat? They take off, right? You remember seeing them take off?
No.
You don't remember? You just remember you getting in the car and that's it?
And then we drove off, yeah.
Okay. Now you were in Mackenzie's car and you were listening to music.
Yeah.
It was a quiet ride, right? Outside of the music. There was no talking, right?
Keenan talked to me.
Keenan was talking.
And when you got into Mackenzie's sister's car, you didn't call the police at that point, right?
No.
Because you were shocked, right? You were shocked at that point?
Still panic and everything.
Panic? And you indicated that you didn't realize you stabbed anybody, but you were still in a panic?
Yeah.
And you indicated that you dropped off Keenan and Dimitri, right?
Yeah.
Mackenzie was still upset. She didn't want to talk to you.
Yes.
And in fact, when they dropped you off in Milford, you asked to talk to Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
And she would not talk to you, right?
Yes.
And you got inside your house.
Yes.
And you got inside your house after midnight, right?
I don't remember the time.
It was late, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that the video from 36 Laurel Glen has 11:40 when you initially go down the street and about 11:53 when you're taking off and leaving the area for good? Do you recall that?
I'm not sure what time it was.
But it was late, right?
Yeah.
And your mother's packing for Florida.
Yeah.
And your brother's packing for Florida.
Yes.
Because you had an early flight. And you weren't going at that point, right? Just prior to coming home, you were not going to Florida?
Yes.
Right. But when you got home, you decided you were going to Florida at that point, right?
When my mom had asked me, yes.
And you had told your mother what had happened, right?
Bits and pieces.
And at that point in time, you didn't call the police?
No.
You didn't tell them your side of the story, right?
Even after, the police never asked me anything.
All right, I'd move to the strike as non-responsive, Your Honor.
I will strike the witness's testimony following the response of no, ladies and gentlemen.
So you didn't call the police that night, right?
No.
As a matter of fact, while Mackenzie is driving home, she engages in a text message with you, right?
Yes.
States 97. Around 12:26 a.m., right? This is when the text messages are going on? You're already home at this point, right?
Yes.
She's driving home at this point, right?
I have no idea.
You texted with each other shortly after her dropping you off, correct?
I don't remember when. I just know I texted with her.
Within how long?
How long what?
How long were you home before you started texting?
I don't know.
You don't recall. But in any event, you talk to your girlfriend, and you tell her, I didn't do anything, I wasn't there, stop texting. You know that was a lie, right?
Yeah, I was just panicking. I didn't know what to say.
States 98. Again, I wasn't there. That was a lie, right? Because you were there, right?
Yeah.
States 99. Don't text me, I'm going to Florida, right?
Yeah.
So at that moment in time, what you thought was important was to go to Florida instead of calling the police, right?
I didn't know what to think.
My question to you is, at that point in time, you decided to go to Florida instead of calling the police, right?
I don't know what I was...
Did you call the police in this moment? No, right? So at that point in time, you said, I'm going to Florida, right? You told Mackenzie that, right?
I texted her, yes.
You didn't say, I'm calling the police, right?
No.
Because you told her you weren't there, right?
I was just freaking out. I didn't really know what to say.
States 100. I can't text anything, I wasn't there. You can't text anything because, why? Because you're afraid of making an admission?
No.
And again, you're saying I wasn't there. That's 3 times you're telling your girlfriend who was with you at the scene that you weren't there. Right?
Yes.
So you go to Florida early the next day with your mother and your brother, right?
Yes.
And you were going to Florida to see your other brother, right?
Yes.
And what was your other brother doing in Florida?
Living
Living? Where was he living?
in Stuart, Florida.
Stuart? And you were down there for a day?
I don't remember how long I was down there.
Do you remember flying home with your mother on Monday night, the 16th of May?
I remember flying home. I don't remember exactly what day it was.
You indicated on direct examination that you found out the severity of what had happened when you were in Florida, right?
Yes.
Now, who did you find that out through?
I can't remember exactly, but one of my friends had texted me.
One of your friends had texted you. And when you found out the severity of what had happened while you were in Florida, you didn't call the police at that point either, did you?
No.
Do you recall the day that you flew home?
No.
Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Do you remember to refresh as to when you came home?
Yeah.
When did you come home?
Showed me that at like 7 or 10 p.m.
10 p.m. on the 16th, right? And at some point in time on the 16th, were you aware that there was a warrant for your arrest?
I think at that time, no.
No? And you indicated that the next day you slept late? Were you sleeping to the afternoon?
Yeah.
You were sleeping. And at some point you found out that there was a warrant for your arrest, right? But you didn't turn yourself in when you woke up, right?
Yes, I got in the car with my dad and instantly.
Isn't it true you didn't turn yourself in until 4 in the morning on Wednesday, the 18th?
Yeah, it was around that time.
So it wasn't the next day after you got home from Florida, right?
I don't remember when it was.
At some point in time after the incident on May 14th of 2022, Tyler De Silva texts you, or calls you on the phone rather. Do you remember that?
Never called him.
And you had a conversation with him, right?
Never called him.
And you told him you fucked up, right?
Never called him. I called him and he never answered.
So on the 18th of May, when you turned yourself in, the police took pictures of you that counsel went through with you, right? And this is a picture, states 34, that's a picture of the front right side of your face, right?
Yes.
No blood, no serious contusions like Ryan Hines, right?
This was days after.
Days after, so you're a quick healer?
Yes. The pictures of Ryan Hines were the same day, I think.
States 35. No serious contusions on your face, right? No serious black and blues, right?
No, this is
right. This was 3 days later, right?
I don't know how many days.
States 36. Got a little bit of the black and blue on your left eye there, right? But nothing huge, right? Right?
Objection, Your Honor. These speak for themselves. He's asking him to give an opinion on medical injury.
Right? You don't have a serious black and blue on your eye, right?
That's not.
States 37. The rear of your head. Can't really see any serious contusions on the back of your head in this picture, right? 4 days later?
I see one.
You see one? Where do you see it?
On the left side?
On the left side, right. So we have states 38. We can show that right here. Again, not really that area there. 4 days later. Doesn't really look like the black and blues that Tommy Connery had
a month later, right? Doesn't really look like the black and blues that Ryan Hines on the head on the side of his body.
Objection, Your Honor. Asking him to make a comparison between somebody else's injuries and what are in these photos, it's improper.
And you have a scratch mark, states 40, right? It's a little scratch mark on your right hand, right arm?
Yes.
States 42, no real marks on your hands, right?
No.
It states 43. Again, no marks on your hands, right?
No.
So just to confirm, on May 14th of 2022, you were the only one with a knife at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
No idea.
Did somebody else have a knife at Tyler Rich's house?
Not that I know of.
You didn't see anybody else with a weapon that night, right?
I didn't look for any weapons.
You didn't see any, did you?
I didn't look.
You didn't see any, did you?
No, I didn't look.
There were 4 people that were stabbed that night, right?
Yes.
And those 4 people had 9 stab wounds, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you're the one responsible for that, correct?
At the time, I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed or when they got stabbed.
You're the one who was responsible for those stab wounds, correct?
I don't know. I guess so, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Valle, do you remember Mr. Durso asking you about having an interaction with some of the Shelton High kids at the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
And we saw a video of the vehicle coming by, and you testified that that's when Mr. Snyder gave you the knife?
They tossed it to me, yes.
And then you saw some of those Shelton High kids come up and approach you, right?
Yes.
And you had the knife then, right?
Yes.
And you got sprayed in the face with WD-40?
Yes.
Why didn't you use the knife then?
I wasn't in fear of my life. I had no reason to use it.
You went back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive in Jack Snyder's car, right?
Yes.
You had the knife that Jack Snyder had given you at that point, right?
Yes.
You used it then?
No.
You used it when you got down there and you were confronted with those kids and you're on the ground as you've described for us here?
Yes.
Why?
Felt like the only thing that was going to save me.
Nothing further.
Mr. Valle, you had the knife when you were down at the corner of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
And you willingly got back into Jack's car, right?
Yes.
And you went back to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
And you willingly got out of the car at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
To make peace.
You got out of Tyler Rich's car with the knife, correct?
Yes.
And you walked onto the property at that point, correct?
Yes.
You had no right to be there, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't have an invitation to be on the property, correct?
When we first arrived, it's not like they came and threw us out or anything.
Well, you told us before, sir, that you were scared and panicked for your life when the kids were rocking and throwing things at the car, right?
Yes.
You didn't want to be there in that situation, right?
Yes.
But you went back with a knife to Tyler Rich's house, the very same house that you were in the car, and with things being thrown at where you were panicked and scared, right?
The knife was already in my pocket.
Right.
Yes.
But you went back to that house where you said you were panicked and scared in the car minutes before when they were rocking and throwing things at the car, correct? And you got out of that car with the knife to go confront those kids, right?
I didn't go and confront them because I...
But you got out of the car with the knife, right? And you walked on the property.
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Please go to step as the end. Does the defense intend to call any additional witnesses?
The defense does not, Your Honor. The defense would rest.
The state intends to please
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Your Honor, the state has no further witnesses. State rests.
All right. So no rebuttal.
Your Honor, at some point may the jury be excused for legal arguments.
Certainly. But at this point in time, I am actually going to send the jury. You want me to send the jury home at this point? Or?
That's fine. No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So the court is going to release the jury for today. Okay. So I just want to remind you that we are at the part of the trial where you have heard all of the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. However, you've not yet heard closing arguments. You've not yet heard the instructions regarding the law that you're to apply to the facts you find in this case. As such, as in my prior instruction to you on your oath, you're not at a point where you can discuss this case with anyone, including each other. So you're not at that point yet, despite the fact that you've heard all the evidence. So it may seem natural that you are at the phase where you can talk about this with your fellow jurors, but you cannot, all right? So you need to continue to abide by that instruction until such time that I tell you that you are able to go ahead and conduct your deliberations. So we are going to adjourn with respect to the jury right now for the day. You are able to leave. Again, we will not be having court on this matter tomorrow, and next to you on July 3rd, at which time I would anticipate closing arguments and the instructions, and then thereafter deliberations by you, the jury. Okay, so please, again, remember not to discuss the case with anyone. Do not take in any information about this case. Try to avoid the media as best as you can. There is a lot of media attention on this case that includes social media and news coverage. So if you can please avoid those, or would much appreciate it so that we don't have to deal with any conflicts when you come back. Also, again, there have been locations that have been discussed. Do not do any drive-bys. Do not look up any locations via any other type of mapping device. And last but not least, please do not conduct your own independent research or investigation into this case, because you are going to be instructed to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here in this courtroom. With that, have a good afternoon, have a good day tomorrow, and we will see you back on Thursday. Thank you so much for your continued attention. Attorney Smith, you wanted to present legal argument.
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, we would move for a motion of judgment of acquittal under Practice Book 42-42. The state's evidence has closed. We made our motion at that time. We've now heard from Mr. Valle, and I would renew my motion, and I would direct the court to the cases of State v. Carpenter, 214 Con 77. It's a 1992 case, and State v. Thomas, 210 Con 199, a 1989 case. And the standard here is well known to the court. This is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. But even when viewing that light, viewed in that light, this evidence is insufficient for this jury or any jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Valle had the specific intent to murder anyone, that Mr. Valle had the specific intent to assault Tommy Connery or to assault Ryan Hines, and more so even with regard to Mr. Faison Teal, which is the assault in the second-degree charge. The evidence as to Mr. Teal, candidly, is we heard the least about it. We really don't have any indication of what the mechanism was. Mr. Teal couldn't be sure how he got cut or what exactly it was that cut him, and we haven't heard any evidence of anybody viewing that happening, and so it has to be simply an inference that a juror would draw that in the course of this brawl and this chaotic scene that somehow Mr. Valle cut Mr. Teal. I would submit that that is an inference that is unreasonable to draw on this evidence that we have before us. Specific intent is not simply general intent. So the fact that Mr. Valle has testified here that he was flailing around with the knife trying to defend himself is not sufficient to show the specific intent to stab Tommy Connery, the specific intent to stab Faison Teal, or the specific intent to stab Ryan Hines, or the specific intent to stab Jimmy McGrath. As to the other elements, candidly, we have conceded those elements by raising a self-defense claim. That doesn't, however, mean that the state prevails, even when you view this evidence in the light most favorable to the state. That they have shown beyond a reasonable doubt for these fact finders that Mr. Valle possessed the specific intent to murder or to assault any of the injured in this case. Consequences are tragic, but it simply doesn't tip the scales any further and allow this jury or any other jury to find, again, that the state has proven specific intent. The evidence there is equivocal at best, but in no way does it reach that highest standard and overcome it. We would ask the court to grant the motion for judgment of acquittal as to all the charges.
Your Honor, thank you. I would just first start by saying the defendant has testified and is now subject to the same credibility instruction that every other witness is subject to when you charge the jury. The jury is free to believe all, some, or none of the defendant's testimony, and that's up to the jury. I would submit that there are a lot of inconsistencies in the defendant's testimony, and I would submit that the defendant was caught in a lie multiple times in his testimony, and I would submit that that would have an impact on this jury. With regards to the defendant's specific intent, should the jury believe that the defendant went back there with a knife, his intent was purposeful, and that he took that knife out of his right pocket, opened it up, and started stabbing the people that were before him. There was evidence that Faison Teal, Ryan Hines, and Tommy Connery were in the vicinity of where Mr. Valle was. He stabbed Ryan Hines and Faison Teal first. They were stab wounds, not slashes. So the jury can infer from the circumstantial evidence from Faison Teal that his wound was a stab wound, purposeful, not slash. There was some testimony from doctors with regards to that. The jury could also view Mr. Hines' evidence that he was stabbed purposefully this way, not a slash wound or flailing around. The jury can infer the defendant's intent from that. With regards to Tommy Connery, there was evidence that the defendant was down almost on one knee, that he purposefully went at Tommy Connery and stabbed him 4 times in the leg. And with regards to Jimmy, after he came back from the car, when Mr. De Silva was no longer in harm's way, he turned right at Jimmy and purposefully went at him and stabbed him in the heart. Didn't slash him, stabbed him. I would submit that the jury's going to get an instruction that intent can be formed in an instant. And they could also infer from the circumstantial evidence, should they not believe the defendant's testimony, that the number of wounds inflicted, the area of the bodies where the wounds were inflicted, all points to the specific intent of the defendant on May 14th of 2022. So I think when you view all the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, I think the defendant's argument fails, and I would ask that you deny it at this point.
So this motion being made at the close of evidence in accordance with our rules of practice, the court is going to take the motion under consideration and defer a decision until the jury returns its verdict. So again, there won't be any court proceedings tomorrow on this particular matter, and we will see everyone back on Thursday, July 3rd. I would instruct counsel, please, at some point, just to touch base with me for an informal charging conference. I intend to be on the record on July 3rd. In the morning, we'll start with the formal charging conference on the record, at which point in time thereafter we'll move to closing arguments, and then the court will charge the jury.
Right. Very good, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Court is adjourned.
All right. So she was close. She said a half a day. Pretty close to a half a day. All right, so no court tomorrow, July 2nd. But Stefan Stearns has a pretrial hearing tomorrow, and Kohlberger. So Jules is going to join us. She's going to co-host with us. So we're going to do Stefan Stearns in the morning, Kohlberger in the afternoon. So stick around for that and join us for that. So no court tomorrow for this trial. They're back in session on the 3rd, which is Thursday, closing arguments, jury instructions. And Danielle, you were asking, when are we going to find out? Probably not till next week, because July 4th is a holiday here in the United States, Independence Day. Everything is closed. It's a government holiday, federal holiday. So they're only going to be in session Thursday. So let us get... let me just review what we saw today, and then Widespread Panic actually sent us something. Let me read this first of all. All right. One of our fantastic mods, Widespread Panic, was doing some research. Let me see if I can find it. Now I have to, okay, here we go. All right. Did some research over the lunch break. So parents of Fairfield, no, wait, no. What? Oh, I got to sign in? No. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to sign in. Oh, are you kidding me? I got to sign in. All right. Valle has not spoken publicly about the case. Smith has not indicated whether he would present a defense or call Valle to the stand. After the conclusion of testimony, a judge could instruct the jury that if they find Valle not guilty of M, they could consider lesser included charges such as first-degree manslaughter, which would be punishable by up to 20 years at the most. All right, so that's what was found there. All right, let us go through what we saw today. All right, so we were still on cross. So after stabbing Jimmy, he dove into the car, into the passenger seat side. Tyler was not in the car, and he got there a few minutes later. He doesn't admit to Jack that he stabbed 4 kids. Remember, Jack said he got in the car and he says, "I effed up. I just stabbed 4 kids." Again, who are you going to believe? So are you going to believe Jack, who took an immunity deal, or are you going to believe Raul, who's fighting for his life? I don't know. In hindsight, did you stab 4 kids? He's like, I don't know who got stabbed or where. So finally, he's like, in hindsight, are you telling this jury you didn't stab anybody? In hindsight, did you stab 4 kids? He's like, yes. He didn't know who got stabbed. He had no idea he had stabbed anyone at that point. He didn't call police. This is going to probably stick with some of the jurors because he didn't call the police. He never called the police. I don't know. I mean, that's a tough one because you're 16. I would think, this is where I think it goes back to the mom. I would think that mom should have called. You know what? I found this when I was doing some research. Hold on a sec. Don't go anywhere, you guys. I think I found something. All right, let's watch this. This could be interesting. This is always fun to watch. Let's check this out. This was 6 days ago. I think this is the nurse. Oh, wait a minute. No. We heard that. Hold on a sec. Okay, that's just... All right, that's nothing. I'm sorry, that's nothing. Trying to find his parents. There was something about his parents. All right, well, here's his lawyer. Let's just watch some news clips. This is always fun. I always like watching some news clips. So let's check this out. This is Mr. Smith talking. Let's see if this gives us any insight. This was
to a Milford teen accused of
Sorry.
to death a Fairfield Prep student at a party, was back in court today where his attorney asked for more time to review the state's evidence against him. News 12 Connecticut's Marissa Alter was there as Raul Eliah Valle went before a judge.
It was a very brief pretrial hearing and one that remained conflict-free after everyone left the courthouse. A far cry from the last time this case was here when a fight almost broke out.
2 months ago, emotions ran high and tempers flared following a court appearance in July for Raul Eliah Valle, charged with the murder of 17-year-old Jimmy McGrath, a football and lacrosse player at Fairfield Prep.
As a result of that, the marshals today decided, it's best to try and keep anything from occurring, and so they gave, I believe the family members of the victims had a separate room, and my client and his family had a separate room, and thankfully there were no incidents today.
During the hearing, attorney Kevin Smith asked the judge for more time to review the evidence against his client before deciding whether or not to request a probable cause hearing. That's where a judge determines if there's a valid basis for the arrest.
We have received a very large amount of discovery thus far. Digital discovery, I believe, in excess of 1 terabyte.
Judge Peter Brown agreed, continuing the hearing until November 1st. Smith told News 12 his team has gone through 80 to 85% of the evidence so far and will be getting more from the state soon.
I expect we'll have everything that they have thus far, likely by the end of this week, if not the beginning of next week. That, however, doesn't mean that there isn't still other discovery to come that's pending test results or things of that nature.
Valle was arrested in May after police say he killed McGrath and stabbed 3 other teens at a house party in Shelton. Valle was 16 at the time, a student at St. Joseph High School, but charged as an adult. He's under house arrest while out on $2 million bond. The judge previously okayed time in his home's yard. He also said he didn't want the now 17-year-old to have access to the internet or his cell phone.
That has not been an issue at all. Full compliance.
Jimmy McGrath's father had no comment on the hearing after he left the courtroom. When asked how he's doing, he said, "It doesn't get easier." In Milford, Marissa Alter, News 12, Connecticut.
All right, so that's that. Let's see what other... trying to find something about his parents. Oh, wait a minute. Here, this is interesting. Oh, wow. Okay, I never saw this one before. This is good. Let's check this one out. This is a good, same channel, News 12, I think they said. I think it is. Here.
Day of fast-moving developments in the stabbing death of Fairfield Prep student Jimmy McGrath. The teenage suspect now identified and will be charged as an adult with with murder. Plus, new information about what led to the stabbing. News 12 Connecticut's Frank Recchia outside court in Derby. Frank, what have you learned today?
Eric, this arrest warrant tells us not only who 16-year-old Raul Valle is, but what he's accused of doing. Alleged events that took seconds to unfold, but will have lifelong implications.
Sad.
5 days after police say 17-year-old James McGrath of Shelton, a student at Fairfield Prep, was stabbed to death at a house party in Shelton.
The case was transferred to Milford Court.
The lawyer representing the suspect in the case, 16-year-old Raul Valle of Milford, who attended St. Joseph's High School in Trumbull, meeting with reporters outside Derby Superior Court, where his client went before a judge charged with murder and 3 counts of first-degree assault.
Obviously, this is an unspeakable tragedy for everyone involved, and it would be irresponsible for me to make any comment.
The suspect's father, meantime, covering his face as he left the courthouse. This must be a very difficult ordeal for you. Any comment at all?
I'm sorry for the family.
You're sorry for the family. The arrest warrant obtained by News 12 Connecticut says the stabbing happened at a house party on Shelton's Laurel Glen Drive, hosted by the homeowner's son, where more than 50 teens had gathered. The warrant says a dark-colored Honda SUV arrived at the house containing 3 or 4 people from St. Joseph's High School who had not been invited to the party. It says a physical altercation followed between multiple male participants. 1 suspect had a knife and 4 victims were stabbed, including McGrath, who was taken to Bridgeport Hospital where he was later pronounced dead. The warrant goes on in graphic detail, saying the stab wound that killed McGrath went through the rib and the heart. Authorities say the other victims' injuries were not life-threatening.
Let me tell you, it hit a lot of us very hard.
Longtime Shelton residents Mary Ann Guzek and Chuck O'Donnell say you didn't have to know anybody involved in the incident to know that it's rocked this community. They hope other young people will learn from it.
There's always a way you can talk things out. Don't grab for your gun. Don't grab for your knife.
Any final comments, sir? The couple saying they feel as much for the suspect's family as they do for the victims, since one life has been lost and another will never again be the same.
Shame. His whole life was in front of him.
And there is so much more in this arrest warrant to tell you about. My colleague Shosh Bedrosian will have all the details starting at 7:30. In Derby, Frank Recchia, News 12 Connecticut.
All right, hold on. I wanted to. So that's interesting. So that was his first attorney. So remember, there were two attorneys. He had 2 attorneys. Just finding all kinds of news clips here. Let's just keep it rolling, right? Why not? Trying to find, I know they set up a fund for him. I'm going to try and find that fund for him, for you guys.
For a suspect, this after 4 teens were stabbed in a Shelton neighborhood. One of those teens has died. Channel 3 Eyewitness News reporter Aaron Edwards spoke with neighbors about the incident and has more now from Shelton.
Kevin, we learned the victim is a 17-year-old who was a student at Fairfield Prep. Tonight we spoke to neighbors who heard screams and say they tried to help. Shelton police say they got a call for a fight and a stabbing just before midnight last night. When they got to the scene, they found several teens outside of a home, and they say 4 of them were suffering from stab wounds. Several neighbors witnessed the incident. One person tells us she heard screams and called 911. Other neighbors rushed to help.
My mom tried to give CPR to one of the kids who unfortunately passed away.
Peter McCarthy says his mom is a nurse and ran to try to help the teens.
She was a little torn up about it.
The 4 teens were rushed to the hospital. Police say a 17-year-old died from his injuries. The other 3 teens are still recovering.
I hope the 3 kids who did also get injured, they get better, and that the kid who passed away, God bless him and everything, and I hope his family's all right, and I hope they're able to get some closure.
Those who knew the victim tell us he was a kind kid with a huge heart. Tonight we're learning he was a junior at Fairfield Prep. The school released a statement reading, quote, "It is with profound sadness that the Fairfield Prep community mourns the sudden loss of one of our juniors. As the school responds to our grieving community, we hold him and his family and friends in our prayers at this difficult time." Shelton police are now searching for the person responsible. They say detectives and the Milford's State's Attorney's Office are investigating. Shelton police are not releasing the name of the victim right now. They are asking if anyone knows information or has videos of the incident to call them. Reporting in Shelton, Aaron Edwards, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Aaron. We move now to news out of Hart. Looking for a suspect.
All right, I've got two clips on the parents. Here's found two news clips from the parents. So this is Jimmy's parents. I know they set up a fund for him, and I think one of them was like golfing. But here I've got, let's check this out.
Rosnick. I'm joined by Maggie and Kevin McGrath, parents of Jimmy, and Rosie, Jimmy's sister. This is every parent's worst nightmare, the loss of a child. Jimmy McGrath's life was taken when he was senselessly murdered by another high school student on May 15th in Shelton, Connecticut. There are many unanswered questions that are being thoroughly and capably investigated by the Shelton Police Department. Jimmy's family and the police are seeking any knowledge or information about the incident, including electronic communications, photos, videos, text messages, or social media. If you have any knowledge of the event, please contact the Shelton Police Department. The police department has made an arrest, and we're confident that the police will continue with their exhaustive investigation. Again, if you or anyone that you know has any information that might be helpful to this investigation, please call the Shelton Police Department at 203-924-1544. I now present Kevin McGrath, Jimmy's dad.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attendance today. And more importantly, thank you for the respect to the privacy following the loss of our son, Rosie's brother, lifelong friend, and loved one to many. I'd like to extend our gratitude to Detective Bango, Detective McPadden, and the entire Shelton Police Department, who are working tirelessly on this investigation. Officer Pizzanelli, a lifelong friend, and the entire law enforcement community that has assisted in the apprehension of Raul Valle and his accomplices, including the State's Attorney's Office. This still is an ongoing investigation, so we'll defer any comments specific to the case to the Shelton Police Department or the State's Attorney's Office. The fate of Raul and his accomplices are in the hands of the criminal justice system, where they should be. We are praying for a full recovery of the three other victims, Tommy Connery, Ryan Hines, Faison Teal. We continue to pray for the families of Matt Horvath and Xavier Zandor, who recently passed unrelated to the events of May 15th. We would like to thank our entire community for your support and your compassion. You are helping us navigate through an unbearable time in our lives. On May 15th, just after midnight, I received a call that every parent dreads. Jimmy was badly hurt, and you need to come right away. Upon arrival, I witnessed the police presence, the EMTs, the multiple ambulances. Along with the EMTs, Mike Jardam, a family friend, and Patricia Sullivan, a neighbor who's a nurse, were trying to save Jimmy's life. After a valiant effort, Jimmy succumbed to his injuries. Although Jimmy has passed, what our family has experienced is nothing short of a miracle. Our strength is derived from the support of our community has provided, and the belief that although Jimmy has physically left this earth, his presence in our lives is stronger than ever. We are overwhelmed by the amount of people whose hearts have been touched by Jimmy. His presence is reflected to the multiple pictures since he has passed. To my left, you'll see the sunset on Fairfield Beach with members of the prep community after the prayer services on the Sunday following the incident. We all witnessed at the prep Shelton lacrosse game the rainbow as we spoke, and the number 7 appeared in the sky. There's a prom picture of 7 of the lacrosse teammates wearing white tuxedo shirts, but the shirts appeared in the picture as baby blue. The Valleys and the others responsible for Jimmy's death should be aware of his strong presence as well. Whether it's through Jimmy's love, compassion, or not letting you take the easy way out. I don't care the reason. Jimmy will let me know his reasons when we meet again in heaven. But he is present in your lives. I'll not elaborate, but you know exactly what I mean. Over the last 3 weeks, our community has been has been honoring Jimmy. You've witnessed the devastating loss to our community. Jimmy is truly loved. At the Shelton Prep lacrosse game, our Mayor Loretti said this season is a very dangerous time for high school students due to the amount of parties because of proms, graduations, state championships, coupled with the easing of COVID restrictions and the amplification of social media. We call for our community to be more aware of what's going on around them. Our community is mourning the loss of an amazing young man. Our wounds are fresh, our emotions are raw, but we must not let our raw emotions divide our community. Jimmy is a unifier. Raul Valle and his accomplices are the dividers in our community. The reason for the press conference is over the last few weeks has been a couple isolated incidents where emotions have gotten the better of members of our community. As a family, we appreciate your compassion, your love for Jimmy. We understand the anger that you may be going through. But we caution our friends not to react out of anger, to protect yourself. I mean, this is, the cases, they have the people who did it. So let the criminal justice system take over from here. I ask everyone reflect on the words of Father Brian. Anger is one thing. It is fair to be angry about what happened. In this case, it might even be righteous. But anger is also dangerous. It easily devolves into hate. As I talk about our community, the students, the faculty, the administration, and the alumni of St. Joseph's High School are part of our community. They're mourning Jimmy's tragic death as well. Jimmy has many friends and teammates through Shelton's youth football, Shelton's youth lacrosse, the Riverhawks, the Connecticut Wolves, who attend St. Joseph's High School. 2 of Jimmy's pallbearers' sons play lacrosse for St. Joseph's. The Dunford family helped Bronson organize a team of members at Bronson Country Club to assist in Jimmy's memorial lunch. You may witness St. Joseph's students celebrating their graduation, a victory in one of the state tournaments where they're participating. Let them enjoy their success. They've earned it. More importantly, Raul Valle and the other suspects are responsible for Jimmy's death. They do not represent the St. Joseph's community. And I stress this, in an unrelated incident on Monday, there was an incident at Walnut Beach. Through social media, the situation quickly escalated, as did the events on the night of Jimmy's death. I only mention this because Walnut Beach is a popular destination for all the kids in the surrounding communities, whether it's Shelton, Trumbull, Monroe, Stratford. Our family calls for a time of peace and de-escalation. Raul Valle and his accomplices will be held accountable through the criminal court system. Please let the detectives, the state's attorney's office do their jobs. As Michael said, please assist them in their quest for justice. Do not take matters into your own hands and distract them from their task at hand. Any violence resulting from this matter would be a dishonor to Jimmy's name. He would not want anyone else to be harmed as a result of what happened to him. So thank you very much.
We'll take a few
just the overwhelming support. I mean, this is, you know, there's, I might not appear angry, but I'm extremely angry. But my emotions of the miracle, the support of our community, what the prep community has done, what the Shelton community has done, the surrounding communities. I mean, there's, 7 schools in the community had to have counselors come in because Jimmy touched the lives of so many people. I think the miracle is just, it's overwhelming how many people he touched. I mean, at the wake, thousands of people were there, and each person had their own individual story about how Jimmy touched their lives. So that's the miracle. The miracle is Jimmy, and his memory.
It's a gift.
He was a gift. He was a gift to all of us.
All right, I've got two more to watch. I'm sure I could find more. So let's watch some more. Why not, right? It's only 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. Watch a little bit more. Class is not dismissed yet. So here's his parents again, and that's, I'm not sure who that, I guess that's their lawyer.
A little frustrating. Now it's on a docket with a real-time table with dates set that they have deliverables to. But really the only thing I can say is, 2 years, 4 months, 3 days, and they're still not ready.
Unfortunately, the wheels of justice do not move as quickly as we would like, but the wheels are moving, and we are confident that justice is coming. That day is coming.
Well, that was fast. All right, so this one is his sister, I believe. This one is his sister. I'm just trying to get you guys let's find out about the family a little bit more, right? We know a lot about Raul. Let's get to know Jimmy's side.
Tonight, and in an exclusive sit-down interview with News 12 Connecticut today, the family of Shelton murder victim Jimmy McGrath speaking publicly for the first time about their loved one being stabbed to death at a house party last month. Here's News 12 Connecticut's Frank Recchia.
It's hard that I lost my best friend, and I'm sad. I'm confused. I don't know why it would happen to him or anyone, and it's hard to accept.
17-year-old Jimmy McGrath's sister Rosie, his mother Maggie,
And I'm gonna live in Jimmy's honor.
and the Shelton teen's father, Kevin McGrath,
Wonderful kid.
sitting down today for an exclusive interview with News 12 Connecticut before holding a press conference later, 3 weeks after police say 16-year-old Raul Valle of Milford fatally stabbed McGrath at a house party in Shelton.
We just wanted to really de-escalate anything out there.
The family says in the weeks following the murder, kids from St. Joseph's High School in Trumbull, where the suspect went, and students from other schools, including Fairfield Prep, which McGrath attended, have been clashing here and there in a small way at public places like restaurants.
As groups come together, organically, we just want to make sure there's peace. And we just want to make sure that there's no animosity between students of different schools, because this was a tragedy, but it wasn't a tragedy created by a rivalry.
We've been surrounded by love, and it's helped.
The parents say they want that same spirit of love that's lifted them up in the wake of their loss to be their son's legacy. They hope urging peace will promote that point in spite of their pain.
Although Jimmy has physically left this earth, his presence in our lives is stronger than ever.
Police say the Shelton house party turned violent after Valle and a group of other teens crashed it, sparking a fight involving dozens. The family says violence in the wake of the fatal stabbing would dishonor their son's name and divide the community at a time when they hope to unite it in Jimmy's memory. As they begin their painful journey of life without him, they say Jimmy hasn't really gone anywhere at all.
As an older sister, you're supposed to protect your younger siblings, and now I know he's protecting me, and I'm confident that he'll be with me throughout the rest of my life.
In Bridgeport, Frank Recchia, News 12, Connecticut.
Well, as we reported, the arrest warrant released in the case doesn't give any indication at all that Valle and McGrath knew each other or that McGrath was even involved in the fight that ended with him being stabbed.
All right, so I found, here's the foundation. This will be interesting to check out. I think I can, let me see, I think I can get around this. Let's see. All right, here, check this out. All right, so Jimmy Jam hits the links. Let me see if I can find something on YouTube. Jimmy Jam. Jimmy Jam hits the links. See if we can find that. Yeah, no, it's just music. I guess nobody... All right. Can I actually scroll through this? Oh, it's gonna be. Oh, all right, here we go. All right, so the third annual, it's coming. Oh, it was June 16th. Oh, yep, June 16th. We just missed it. It was June 16th. Smith Richardson's Golf Club. Message from Kevin and Maggie. So Jimmy was born a week before Christmas. He was their early Christmas gift. Jimmy was just that. He was a gift. To know Jimmy was to love him, and Jimmy loved life, his family, friends, and coaches. He was the total package. He was kind, outgoing, fun-loving, and above all, very bright. To watch Jimmy on the field was electric. As an athlete, he was very mature and insightful for his age. He studied the game and his opponent's next move and used it to his advantage. For Jimmy, the team was always his first priority before his personal achievements. Off the field, Jimmy had an infectious personality. We all looked forward to spending time with him, especially his sister Rosie. Throughout this unbearable time, our family has heard countless stories of Jimmy's compassion, strength, and most of all, love of friendship. Jimmy had helped teammates before and after practice enhance their skills. He helped his buddies with their own personal struggles. As a result, from the stories that we heard, we believe in some sense Jimmy started the foundation on his own, helping others. We know our community is grieving and recognize they need our help just as much as we need theirs. We will try our best to honor his legacy through the foundation. Oof, brutal getting through there. All right, there's some. So I think, let's see, they started this. This happened in May 2022. So this is the third one, third annual. Let's see. Unarmed and without any provocation, Jimmy McGrath was senselessly deleted in a surprise attack by a 16-year-old athlete from another school. The teen shockingly deemed it appropriate to use a lethal weapon, a knife, to mortally wound Jimmy and stab 3 other unarmed teenagers who thankfully survived. This mentality, this total disrespect for human life led to Jimmy's deletion as both a local and national problem. This mentality must be changed. Thus, the focal point of our mission is to assist our youth in promoting their mental and physical wellness while instilling in them a profound appreciation for the value of human life. So, it's an emphasis on promoting youth and wellness and violence prevention. Check out the gallery. So this was the tournament in 2023. Jimmy McGrath Foundation. All right. There's the contact if anybody wants to contact them. Jimmy McGrath Foundation. There we go. Now get another. Let me try this here. Some more reactions from the news. Let's check this out.
Ben, good afternoon, everyone. Shelton police said this morning that they might have an update on this deadly encounter at some point today or at the very latest tomorrow morning, but so far no word yet on any arrests or motive. Just before midnight Saturday, this home on Laurel Glen Drive in Shelton was the site of a fatal stabbing. A neighbor who's a nurse heard the commotion, her son says.
She walked out and she saw what was happening and then walked over and gave the kid CPR before he passed away.
The victim, 17-year-old Jimmy McGrath, a high school junior at Fairfield Prep, who lived in Shelton. The school says they held a private prayer service on Sunday that was attended by over 1,000.
My husband said, I can't stop thinking about him. I can't stop thinking about him. And I said the same.
One of their sons was friends with the victim at Prep, where McGrath played football and lacrosse.
He was the one that started communicating to my husband and I about that there had been a knifing, a murder on Laurel Glen. And my husband and I are like, are you kidding? Because we walk here every day.
Just to be clear, police have not yet called this a murder.
I saw teenagers crying. It just broke my heart.
She lives across the street from the home where police say a fight broke out, resulting in 4 people, including McGrath, being stabbed.
It's sad to see what's happening to the teenagers and that they're making so many wrong mistakes and decisions, and I feel so scared for my kids growing up and going to school.
Shelton police say that their detectives have spoken to the 3 surviving stabbing victims, and we have to say we have seen 2 young men with their parents go into the police department within the last half hour. One just coming out wearing a St. Joe's shirt. St. Joe's is a high school that is in neighboring Trumbull, and we've heard rumblings today that there is something related to St. Joe's connected to this case, so we'll keep you posted. We're live here in Shelton. I'm Tony Terzi, Fox 61 News. And Ben, good afternoon.
All right. So just to recap, or just guys let you know, the state has rested. Defense brought up 1 witness, and that was Raul Valle. Yeah, I was saying Valle the whole time. Now it's Valle. He testified yesterday. He came back today. They crossed, and I'll go over a little bit of his cross. As far as scheduling is concerned, they're off tomorrow, which is the 2nd, July 2nd. They're going to be back on the 3rd for closings and jury instructions, and then they're off on Friday, which is the 4th. So they're off the 2nd and the 4th. 4th is a holiday here in the States. So I'm thinking closings and jury instructions, it may get to them. They may have a chance to deliberate, but I can't imagine they're going to have I don't think they're going to have a verdict until next week. I just can't imagine this jury is going to come to a quick verdict. I could be wrong, as always. I'll put that caveat out there. But it doesn't seem like they're going to they're going to get the jury won't get this until after lunch probably. All right, so let's go through a little bit of the cross. So after lunch, they picked up after stabbing Jimmy, he dove into the car. Tyler was not in the car. He got in a few minutes afterwards. He doesn't admit to Jack. He stabbed the 4 kids. So when he got in, so Jack's testimony was when he got in, he's like, "Oh man, dude, I effed up. I just stabbed 4 kids." He says he never said that. So again, there's that. Which do you believe? Which testimony do you believe? Do you believe in Jack, who took a plea deal, or do you believe in Raul, who's fighting for his life and not to not go to jail to tell his story? So there's a lot of witness testimony. Credibility. Who do you find more credible? Do you find Mackenzie, girlfriend, credible? Do you find Raul credible? Because they definitely contradicted themselves. Jack and Tyler, I think was it Tyler said he talked his way into getting those 2 bottles of kinky vodka. Raul says no. Tyler got those from his parents. So again, who do you believe? Who do you believe on that one? Then he talks about going to Florida. So he decided to go to Florida. So yeah, why did you decide to go to Florida and not call law enforcement? He says, I don't know what I was thinking. He said he was freaking out. He didn't know what to say. He goes to Florida to see his brother in Stuart. We know Stuart. We used to live fairly close to Stuart, Florida. It's on the east coast of Florida, down by Palm Beaches. A little bit north of that, but somewhere down there. So this happened on the 14th. He gets back from Florida he goes down the 15th. He gets back on the 16th. And then the 17th, he was sleeping, and he doesn't turn himself in until 4 a.m. on the 18th. So he didn't know about a warrant. I'm going to give him that. I'm not going to say he didn't. I don't think he was like running from the law. I don't think so. But that's just my opinion. Then they show the photos, and Durso says, "So you're a quick healer?" He's like, "Well, that was a couple days later." And then they showed Ryan's photos. He's like, "Those photos were the same day." And then redirect was pretty quick. I was surprised at the redirect. I thought Mr. Smith would come in more with the redirect because there was in my opinion, a lot of rehabilitation that needed to happen, but it did not happen, in my opinion. So redirect was, they talked about Laurel Glen, Farmhouse Lane interaction, with the kids. Jack tossed him the knife. The kids approached him. He had the knife then. You got sprayed, so why didn't you use the knife then? He says, I wasn't in fear for my life at that point. And then Recross came in and said, you had the knife and you willingly got back into Jack's car? Yes. You went back and you willingly got out of the car? He says, to make peace. You walked onto the property? He says, yes. You had no right to be there? He says, I don't know. You didn't go and confront them because you had a knife? So the defense rests. State says no rebuttal. And that's where we stand. That's where we stand. Heartless soul, guilty by glaring eyes. Yes. 16 years old. All right. And giggles. I think Mackenzie knew a bit more than she let on, especially to be so adamant about not going. As I said, and giggles, there's the truth is somewhere between here. You got one side saying this, you got one side saying that. Somewhere the truth lies somewhere in the middle, right? Isn't that the saying? Belfast. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Belfast. London is great. We used to party there often. Davida, I skipped lunch, so have to go eat. Everyone have a good evening. Thank you, Davida, for being with us as always. Have a good dinner and evening. Lily Wayne, there are so many conflicting stories. I wonder if the jury will be so confused that they won't be able to make a choice. I can see them landing on that lesser included. I can see them doing this involuntary manslaughter. Look at who is it? Turek. Remember Ingolf Turek in Canton? His attorney was Jen McCabe's attorney. Is Jen McCabe's attorney the same courthouse as Karen Reed? We watched that, and he was involuntary. I think he ended up with involuntary manslaughter, right? Wasn't that what he got finally? Wait, before I completely misspeak, let me see. Oh, and I didn't write it down. Dang it! Yeah, I want to think he was involuntary. So his wife, he says his wife hit him, kind of self-defense. He goes and grabs her and chokes her out. So I can see them landing on involuntary. I think. Widespread, yeah, Turek got off easy. It was involuntary, right? If I'm not mistaken. Jeff Shade said, why didn't Ryan get charged for assault? He wasn't invited. For what? For the fight at the first party? The fight at the first party? Baca, yes, he was offered a 40-year plea twice. He had two lawyers. Twice he was offered it, and he declined both. Janet, I appreciate all the extra info. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yep. Oh, hold on. Jeff Shade. So is the judge leaving it with the jury? No, they still have to go through closing arguments and then jury instruction. That's where we stand. LW, we can all say what we believe. And that's true. I don't mind your opinions. Opinions are fantastic. Let's just not attack each other. Let's be respectful and kind and courteous. Jeff, for the one party, the first party. Yeah, that's a good question. I know there have been some lawsuits, some civil lawsuits. Some parents have been charged. I think maybe the Leafers have been charged because they were there. The mom was there. So I think, I don't want to misspeak, but some people have been dropping that in chat over the course of the trial. I know there have been some civil trials. Hold on a sec. Oh, you know what? Here, I have it here. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. Hold on a sec. Hold on just a second. If I still have, I think I still have it up. Just give me a second here. All right, hold on. Try here. All right, hold on a sec. Let me get us over here. Give me just a minute. All right, here we go. This is what I want. All right, so the party that hosted so this is the first. All right, this is the first one. Two teens who were injured at a fight. Oh, see, this is incorrect. But okay, so okay, they're just teasing it. All right, so the suit brought by Ryan Heinz states that he was assaulted by other guests, including getting kicked, punched, and hit with a motorcycle helmet. In court paperwork, Heinz alleged that Susanna Leifer saw the assault and the couple did nothing. The suit filed on behalf of Thomas Connery says, as a proximate result of the improper consumption of alcohol made available to the attendees, the level of aggression and animosity between attendees at the gathering escalated to the point that a fight broke out. So Tommy was not at the first party. Ryan Heinz was at both parties. He and Griffin were at both parties. Okay. All right, guys, let's be kind to our mods. All right, guys, let's be kind to our mods. Let's not fight. I don't want any fighting going on. All right, please be kind to our mods. Those that are not being kind to our mods, you will get timed out. All right, so let's be kind to our mods. They do a lot of hard work. So please do not fight with our mods. If you need to take a step away, please take a step away. Otherwise, they will time you out. Okay, so let's just be respectful of our mods. You guys know the deal. All right, police say that on May 14th, 2022, a party was held at Paul and Susanna Leifer's, or Leifers. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I'll go with Leifer. In Shelton, where teens were drinking, the suit brought by Ryan states that he was assaulted by other guests, including being kicked, punched, hit with a motorcycle helmet. Wait, I already read that. The suit alleged that some of the teens present left and went to Laurel Glen to continue the fight, and that's when James was stabbed. So McGrath's family is also suing the lifers. Both lawsuits said the lifers provided alcohol to the teens and should have called the police. Police have charged the lifers with serving alcohol to the teens that night. So that I hope that helps explain things. Live Lights. Valle was basically asking the jury to not believe the videos. It's weird strategy to deny what's clearly recorded. We all saw him. To me, it looked like a punch. He looked like he sucker punched Ryan at the very beginning, the first fight. He says it was a push. I would say, yeah, that looks like a punch, my friend. But the other one where I don't see him take the helmet off. I don't see him take the helmet off and hit Ryan over the head. That one I don't see. To me, it looked like a punch. If I was a juror, I'd be like, that looks like a punch. If that's a push, that's a very strong push. But to me, that looked like a punch. And then I did not see him take the helmet off. That to me, and actually a witness said it looked like he was dive bombing and he headbutted Ryan. So that looked to me like more like a headbutt versus a swing. Belfast, you're not being disrespectful. Lori P, with his name on the group chat, the prosecution should have his phone records to confirm those group chats were from his phone. Yes, that's why I can't believe they didn't pull up. That's so irritating because we are living in every trial we watch now. DNA is kind of slowly going by the wayside. It's still pretty strong, but digital evidence. We've done side broadcasts with Florida PI Sam, Joe Schmo, Tanika's 2 cents. Florida PI Sam she talks all about the digital evidence. I can't believe that there was no digital evidence in this case. I can't believe that they didn't pull this group text. I just can't believe it. And the state is waving it in his face. Well, that's strong. Sorry. The state is saying, will this refresh your recollection? So he's acting like it was in evidence, and I never saw it. I don't think we ever saw it. So that's mildly irritating that they never brought in this digital evidence of this group chat. BLP, anyone know why they're off tomorrow? Just that it's court has some other duties, something like that. Court's there, but they're off. This case is off. Oh my goodness. Holy. Court has other business, and then they're back for closings and jury instructions on Thursday, the 3rd, and then Friday, the 4th, they're going to be off. Jerry M., you agree with me 100%. Thank you. I wish I knew what I was talking about. I wish I knew what you were talking about, but thank you for that. Adam, sloppy work by the PD. Oh, public defender. Grounds for appeal. Lily Wayne says, heartless soul. I think if they mention the group chat, it should come into evidence, redacted if it need be. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, what happened? What happened to this? Especially because he was saying, will this refresh your recollection? I don't get it. It wasn't me. You heard Polly Suber? Yeah. She did a drive-by meow. So, Elizabeth says, so glad your channel popped up in my feed today. I've watched this trial from the beginning. Thank you for joining us and thank you for popping in. I'm glad we popped up and I'm glad you popped in. Street Built Garage, involuntary manslaughter. Jimmy and his friends came with the same intent to beat those two guys up. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's going to be a tough one. Raul is not a clear-cut villain. You know, like a lot of trials we watch, clear-cut villains, right? Lori Daybell, clear-cut villain. Who else is a clear-cut villain? Stefan Stearns, clear-cut villain. Even though they're supposed to be, you know, not guilty, innocent until proven guilty. I get it. Let me think of trials that we've covered. Who have been, let's see, what are some trials? Let me just go through my notes here. Monica Cementilli, clear-cut villain. Megan Boswell, clear-cut villain. Zachary Hughes, clear-cut villain. Although he did it for somebody else. Todd Mullis, on the fence with him, not a clear-cut villain. Monica, definitely. Gerald Radford, the dog park murder case. Clear-cut villain, but he got off. He actually got off. Lori Daybell, clear-cut villain. Ingolf Turek, clear-cut villain. Christopher Shore, that one is a tough one. Not a clear-cut villain. Carlos Dominguez, that one's tough. He's tough. That's a tough one because he admitted he has schizophrenia. Well, he didn't admit it. He's been proven he has schizophrenia. So not a clear-cut villain. Stabbed 3 people, killed 2 of them, but that's tough. Raul Valle, he's not a clear-cut villain to me. He did something terrible, no doubt about it. He needs to be punished, no doubt about it. But what should that punishment be? That's where it's going to get dicey for me. Should he be in jail for 100 years? Or should he be in jail for 20 years? Should he be in jail for 5 years? You know, he should be in jail. He needs some kind of something. He needs to have some kind of repercussions for his actions. But I think there's a big but. Sarah Boone, yes, Sarah Boone, clear-cut villain, absolutely. Yeah, whoever said it first, but yeah, Sarah Boone, clear-cut. Ethan Crumbly, didn't watch that one. Oh, who's the Chandler Halderson, Chazzy Chaz, clear-cut villain, right? I don't see Valley as a clear-cut villain. Proctor, you're saying 40 years? Well, I think he's 60 for the deletion, and then I think because at one point it was like 125 years that Jack was looking at, but he took a deal. So that's what I'm thinking. I think the 3 assaults might be 15, so that would get us to like 45, and then the 60 would be 105. Yeah, maybe it's 20 years, 20, 40, 60. Yeah, I think the assaults are 20 years, and then the deletion is 60. So if he gets the maximum, yeah, I mean he's toast. He's done. Suber, the suitcase, absolutely. That's right, LW. Judge is also considering the motion to dismiss. Absolutely. State of the confusion. How is he not? Because oh my gosh, I forgot who is the guy who ran. Because the guy ran. What's his name? I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting his name right now. Doggone it. I forget the victim's name. He ran because he ran, and he was in fear for his life. He was trying to protect himself. I thought. I was on the fence with that one too. Taylor Shabibi. We go with Taylor Shabibi. Dahmer, yeah, Dahmer's a clerk. Yeah, Ed Bundy, sure, or Ted Bundy. Sorry, Ted Bundy, Ed Gein. Let's see. Assaults, as if he were the only one there assaulting people. I know he wasn't. He was getting assaulted too. That's why it's going to be dicey. It's going to be dicey. This is why it's going to be tough. I don't think this jury's going to come back quickly. I could be wrong. I'm not confident one way or the other. I'm not confident, to be quite honest. If there's a lesser included and it's involuntary manslaughter, I could see them coming with that. But a lot of times I'm like, oh yeah, no, I got a clear indication of where the jury's going to land. I do not have a clear. Patrick Lyoya, yeah. Thank you, Aaron. Patrick Lyoya. Ioya. Yes. Yeah. He, anyway, that's another trial. I don't want to talk about that. I don't think it's going to be a quick verdict. I think they're going to deliberate. I think they're going to deliberate. Look at Carlos Dominguez. They come back hung. They was it 9 days over like, nine actual days over like 2 weeks, I think. And they came back not guilty on David and Kareem's deletions. 2 people were taken out. They came back not guilty on that, and they came back hung on the Kimberly stabbing, and she survived. So my personal opinion, I think this is going to be tough. I think this is going to be a tough one. Street Built Garage. If there's no remorse, then get a few years plays a part. That's true. That's a really good point. Excuse me, because I think the defense, I think Mr. Smith missed an opportunity. I think he should have said, do you have remorse for what you did? I think that would have gone a long way. I think that would have, because they asked Carlos Dominguez that. Mr. Hutchinson, who was his defense, and he was a public defender too. If you guys watch Carlos Dominguez with us, Mr. Hutchinson, I think one of the last questions he asked Carlos Dominguez was, do you have remorse for what you did? And he's like, yes. Do you have remorse for stabbing David Bro? Yes. Do you have remorse for stabbing Kareem? Yes. Do you have remorse for stabbing Kimberly? Yes. I wish he had asked Raul. I wish he had said, do you have remorse for stabbing Ryan Hines? He may have said, I didn't want to. I didn't mean to. I was defending myself. Do you have remorse for stabbing Tommy Connery? I didn't mean to. I was just trying to defend myself. Do you have remorse for stabbing Faison Teal? I didn't mean to. I was defending myself. Do you have remorse for stabbing Jimmy McGrath? I didn't mean to. I was just trying to defend myself. I think that would have gone a long way. I think. Aisle yoga guy for sure. I don't get that green-eyed cat. I wish I could. I wish I got that. Please explain that one more. Did that first charge with Carlos get dropped? Jeff asks, the first charge. All I know is he was found not guilty for David and Kareem, and they hung on Kimberly. I don't know about did it? I'd have to look at my notes. I don't remember right now. Rex Horman, clear-cut villain. Can we ask a keyboard jury convict him before we see the evidence and take the prosecutor's word for it? Yeah, Rex Herman. That could be that'll be an. I wish New York showed trials. I really wish they would. Oh yeah, what about the guy who forced his boy on the treadmill? Yeah, that was up in Jersey. We actually covered that. We covered the victim's impact, the sentencing. I forget his name. That was last year. Yep, I remember that one. Mike Thomas, yes, I think that was an opportunity missed. I think that was an opportunity missed because you want sympathy, right? You always want the sympathy of the jury. So, Elizabeth, I'm curious what the ages of the jurors are. Yeah, who's up there. Some people live like 20 minutes away. If you guys can get to court on Thursday, please do, and then call in and let's talk. We're at info@trialtvlive.com. So definitely our information is in the description. If anybody is going to go to the trial on Thursday, please let us know. We want to know. We didn't watch that. We didn't cover that. I think we were covering something else, but we covered the sentencing because Jules knew the people or knew some. She had some kind of connection. So we covered the sentencing. Sir, one times there was a little boy who was like 4 or 5, and his dad put him on this treadmill, and it was something like that. Yeah, it was just terrible. State of confusion. Practicing his acting for when he ends up in court. I hope Aaron notes it. If the chat is divided, imagine the jury. Okay, yeah, so we did 494 votes, Did the state prove their case? And I know that was a wide open question. I get it. And we'll have more polls. But I just wanted to get a straw poll. Did the state prove their case? And it would have been first degree, straight up, right? Oh, Chandra Vander Ark, yeah. Courtney Clenny, Shanna Gardner. Yep, all of those. Definitely clear-cut villains. All right, thank you, Aaron. All right, did the state prove their case? 58% of you said yes. 41% of you said no. That's pretty significant. That's pretty significant. Hold on, let me pull this up first, Joe. Widespread, he can never end. Aaron, she's too valuable. Oh yeah. No. We don't know why there's no court other than I think Judge said they have court matters, but this trial is paused. And then they're going to pick up on Thursday. All right, Joe says the jury for Lori's second trial was definitely overall younger. Juror number 9 was not married and has a 13-year-old. Some people said he was wiping his eyes during Brandon's testimony about the marriage breakup. Guys, if you don't know Joe Schmo, definitely go check him out. He's got a YouTube channel. He's on X. Go check out Joe Schmo. He was at both Lori Daybell trials of Charles and Brandon. He was our courtroom insider. So we were doing recaps with Joe every night. So if anybody does not know about Joe Schmo, definitely go check out his channel, Joe Schmo 88 on YouTube. Go subscribe to him. And then also, if anybody is in the chat that is going to the trial on Thursday, please let us know. Hit us up on info@trialtvlive.com. We would love to talk to you. Amarito, is that how am I pronouncing your name right? Amarito. There was a case in Norwalk where a kid stabbed and slashed a bunch of kids at a carnival. The prosecutor eventually decided not to pursue the matter because it was self-defense. Interesting. Former juror number 7, the guy bit his child on the top of his head. He dug his teeth in. Oh, is that the treadmill one? Amarato says, this case, he went back to the scene, so it's difficult to say self-defense. Age also plays a part in this. Jeff says, defense should have brought in more witnesses. I agree. I would have liked to have seen the digital. I wanted to see the digital. But here's the thing, Jeff. Yes, I agree with you. I wanted to see more witnesses. They should have gotten a therapist, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. They should have had everybody come in. Excuse me. Everybody come in and say, what was his state of mind? He was, and tell the jury he was freaking out. He's in fight or flight mode. He's being surrounded. He's all the stuff. I just wish that they had. I wish they had brought in at least some kind of psychiatry, something to get into his state of mind, and then I also wish they had gotten into the. I wish they had gotten into the digital forensics. But that being said, there may have been some kind of pretrial agreement where they could not bring in, because who knows? Maybe Jack. Maybe there's a tweet in there from Ryan saying, come on, wimps, come and get it. Actually, I think, Griffin admits that he sent the text. Griffin admits that he sent the text. Hold on a sec. Griffin, what's his last name? Marcinzik. All right, Griffin admits. Hold on a sec. So, football captain, all went outside. So Griffin admits he told them to pull up. So there may have been some other there could have been stuff in there that may have been detrimental to the other kids. Who knows? Tell it to L. Kohlberger didn't take anything yet. Is that true? So he hasn't accepted? Well, that's tomorrow, right? Well, we're going to cover whatever happens tomorrow. We'll take it. We'll take it. There's a verdict watch on Diddy already. No, not covering that one. Let's see. All right. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Griffin sent the addresses too, Adam says. Yes, he did. He took a picture of the house and he sent the address. Belfast, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Nice to have you on board, man. Hey, Martin, good to see you. Beach Mom says he will accept the deal, the plea. Martin, just a quick hello before you go to bed. Telltale, yes, so glad found your channel. I love Jules too. Awesome. Thank you for that. Yep, she's going to join us tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is Stearns, yeah. Jules will join us tomorrow. Jules will join us tomorrow. We're doing Stefan Stearns starting around 8:45. His pretrial hearing. This is supposed to be the final pretrial hearing before trial starts on the 15th. But there's all kinds of things going on with the sheriff, as I'm sure you guys know. And Jules and I are going to be talking about that. So tomorrow at 8:45 Eastern, we're going to have Jules on. We're going to cover Stefan. It should only be like an hour, I'm thinking. But we'll go a little bit longer because I want to talk about that sheriff and what's going on with him. He's out on bond. It's a complete disaster what's going on down there. So that's going to be tomorrow, 8:45 until like say 11. And then Kohlberger is at 3. So I'm thinking we're going to start maybe at like 2 or 2:30 because I know absolutely nothing about Kohlberger. I didn't cover it. I didn't follow it. I've been purposely not paying attention to it because we didn't want to cover it. Aaron and I are like, yeah, no, that's going to be like a 20-year trial. We're not going to cover it. So I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on with Kohlberger. Just peripherally what everybody talks about. So Jules will be joining us for that. So that's going to be fun. Let's see. Jojo, are you going to try to get into the gallery? We went to Boone. Both Jules and I went to Sarah Boone. No, we're not going to. We decided, both her and I decided not to do this one. And this is the essay one. The one in September is going to be the unaliving. So that we may do that. We may do that. Lily Wayne says, so glad Jules is feeling better. Trust me, so are we. We are so 100%. Telltale, I followed Brian K. from day one. Yes, cool. 3 o'clock Eastern. That's what Aaron is telling me. Yep, 3 o'clock Eastern. So is that 1 o'clock, I guess? Right? Is he in Utah? I don't even know where he is. Colorado? I honestly have no idea where he is. Idaho? Somewhere out there. Jess says, what about what Raul said about leaving the knife on the pavement? Yeah, that's right. What do you believe? Credibility. He was, and that's what the state brought up. Hey, how credible is his testimony? Did you find him credible? Jules is a court watcher. She's been around courts for a long time. She was at the Maya Kowalski. She knows, she's been on TV before. She calls in to Scott RA a lot. She was with Andy Signori. Jules is a court watcher. She got dubbed Notorious Jules during the Maya Kowalski trial. She is a fantastic friend of the channel, and she offers some really great insight. We'll be live, I think, before 2:30 maybe? I'm hoping 2:30. She's in the Kowalski docs. Yeah, she got put in the Maya Kowalski docs as Notorious Jules. Right, we know it's not going to trial. Well, he has to accept the plea, I guess. That's what we're going to cover. Well, only because Stearns is only going to be like an hour or two, so we're just looking for something else to do. So we might as well cover Kohlberger. Why not? Dr. Joe, yep. She knows Dr. Joe. We had Jules on. We have a Jules Investigates where Jules was Dr. Joe came on with Jules, and that was fun. Go check out our past playlist with Jules. When you go to our channel, just type in Jules Investigates, and you'll see a playlist of we've done, I think 4. I think we've done 4 with Jules. Live Lights, who does everyone think was the most compelling and convincing witness? That's a good question. Yeah, who do you guys think? Who was the most compelling? Let me think about that. Who's the most compelling? Well, I'd have to say Raul for sure, because anytime a defendant in a self-defense takes the stand, I would have to say he was probably the most compelling. Who was the most convincing? Was it Raul as well? I like Charlie Connery. I thought he was pretty good. I would have to say maybe the ME. I thought James Gill. I thought he was pretty compelling. I like the Connerys, Tommy and Charlie. I thought they were pretty good. As far as compelling, though, yeah, Ricky Fiola. He was. I thought he was pretty good. He actually said, and Raul corroborates that Ricky went up to Raul after he got sprayed in the face with WD-40, and he's like, "Hey, man, that sucked. Sorry that happened to you." So I thought that was pretty good. Yes, Bach, for Kohlberger, DP is off the table. He's going for life now. That's what Gigi said from Pretty Lies and Alibis. Fur Baby's mom, yep, I thought the Emmy was pretty compelling too. Elizabeth, I believe Jack when he said Raul threw the knife in the woods. Don't understand why Raul lied about that. Let's see. Yeah, we did Devin Perkins. We've done 9 Jules Investigates. We had Greg Anderson and Nick Whitney and that whole thing between those two. Dr. Joe, Devin Perkins. Yeah, Jules, we've done Casey Anthony. That's right. Susan Constantine was on. Rob Dick was on. Yeah, if you guys like Jules, go check out. We have 9 Jules Investigates. So go check those out. Demetrius, yes, Jeff. I like Demetrius as well. I thought he was pretty solid. I would agree with that, definitely. Joe says he thought you were pretty compelling, but they never called me to testify. Joe, you were having problems with your deal dash earlier, so I'm not sure what's going on there in Joe Schmo land. Did you get that sorted out? I just saw that briefly, Joe. I don't know. Did you get your deal dash sorted out? All right, Fala, have a good evening, day and night. Thank you for modding with us today. Appreciate you, Fala. Have a good evening. How come you don't have a join button? We do have a join button. If you go to our channel, you have a join button. You're probably on a phone, right? For some reason, iPhones make it surprisingly difficult to join. I think you have to do it on a computer. Gourmet Thursday. I'm behind, but I bet they don't put the group chat into evidence because it makes the prosecution side look bad too. That's what I'm thinking about too. That's what I'm thinking about that as well. Jewel Box News. How many Taylors were mentioned? Taylor Ritchie, Taylor Da Silva, Tyler, but close. Yeah, Tylers. There were a lot of Tylers. And the Tylers were fighting with each other. Trust me, my notes are like Tyler D, Tyler R, Tylers were fighting, Tylers were doing this. At the very beginning of all this, I was like trying to sort this all out. Cherry M, I gotta go. I gotta get going, so I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thanks, Mod. Thanks, Squeegee. Thank you, Sherry. And don't forget to thank Aaron. Jody Arias is a clear-cut villain. Absolutely. You can also use this link if you want to join. So there. Okay, wait, no, that's Seeking Justice. You guys want to go check out Seeking Justice on Discord there? Casey Anthony. Yeah, we'll just leave that. We'll just leave that there. Hey, Feminine, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Lily Wayne, you're on the tablet. Join button is right in front of you. Let's see. Here you go. There's there. Become a part of the Trial TV Live member, YouTube. There you go. So if you click on that link, even if you're on a phone or whatever, click on that link and you should be able to join. Hi, Sherry. Thank you, Erin. Yes. Sorry, hon, you forgot. That's okay. Don't ever forget about Erin. She is the brains behind everything. Gourmet Thursday. Raul strikes me as a very angry, rageful person. He probably becomes a clear-cut villain in prison. There you go, Feminine. You figured it out. Awesome. Jeff says, I feel bad for Raul. He got betrayed by his friends. Gourmet says, punishment should be in jail, 60 years with parole. 5 a.m. with Squeegee. Sorry, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you hanging with us. Welcome to the family, Feminine. I am not smarter than Gray Hughes. Chris, Raul was fighting for his freedom. Jimmy was fighting for his life. Big difference. Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. Totally agree. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible what happened. So many, I said at the beginning of this, there's so many, I've said it multiple times, there's so many shoulda, woulda, couldas, there's so many if-thens from everybody involved. I say even Jimmy. If Jimmy hadn't, been out on the yard, I mean, if Raul had gone to that prom, the prom thing with Mackenzie that day, he never would have been anywhere near this. If Ryan hadn't gone to the party, I mean, there's so many ifs, as with anything, as with any trial, there's so many if-thens and woulda, shoulda, couldas, Raul could have, should have gone back, not gone with them multiple times, So it's just so, it's tough. It's really, really tough. Gourmet Thursday said, I experienced a situation similar. The guy just stabbed my friend in the heart during a fight, and the guy got 40 years. He's out next year. Wow. Olivia's cleaning detail, just getting back on, missed so much of the chat. Yeah, I'm going to probably wrap it up in just a few minutes here, guys. It's 4 o'clock Eastern. And Heartless Soul, you need to sleep. Right on. All right. Be back tomorrow. I hope so. Jeff says, I think all the kids are at fault. I feel bad for Jimmy's family. I blame the parents mostly. Yeah, there's a lot of unfortunately a lot of blame to be put about. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. One more, Bloom or Blom. I don't know, the guy who gave him the knife got immunity. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us. Tomorrow, we're going to do Stefan Stearns with Jules. If you know Jules, it's going to be fun. If you don't know Jules, join us. She's got some really great courtroom insider information. And so we're doing Stefan Stearns at 8:45 Eastern. Then we're going to talk about the sheriff and all the problems going on with that. So he's got a pretrial hearing. So we're going to cover that. Then we'll talk about the sheriff that has been arrested. Osceola's sheriff. Then we're going to do Kohlberger. His thing is at 3 Eastern, but we'll probably come on at like 2:30. Before I let you go, definitely want to leave you with Super Ball, my little pearl eagle, trying to get some sunshine, but it's not so sunny right now. So, yes, and we showed Kitty Cam at lunch. If you guys want to go rewind for Kitty Cam, we showed Kitty Cam at lunch. So anyway, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to chat. Thank you for keeping it civil. We appreciate you guys' opinions, but just keep it cool. I was gonna say keep it simple. keep it calm. I know this is emotionally charged, and we all have our opinions. And I get it. I have mine too. Sometimes you just need to just stop. Just stop. Don't attack each other. We want to build each other up. We want to build this community up. We're at 9,733. So thank you guys so much. We're approaching 10,000 subscribers, which is pretty amazing. We started a year ago in May. So really appreciate the support. Let's continue to build this community in a positive way. Let's be kind and courteous to each other. Let's build each other up. Don't tear each other down. And just know that our mods are here to help you guys and to protect you, to make this a safe space. I also do not want this to become a place where we attack each other. It's just that's a line in the sand. We're just not going to stand for that. So just keep that in mind. I know you guys are fantastic. Just keep doing what you're doing. And again, thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 8:45 with Jules covering Stefan Stearns. Have a good night, guys. Bye.